Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
semati, biarlah bagian pas aku rasakan buang. Janji yang tercapta mungkin terhapus saja, walau rintangan berjuta, walau coba memaksa diriku tergerak di peluk asmara bersama dirimu terbebas dari nestapa dalam wangi bunga cinta yang bahagia. Walau rintangan berjuta, walau coba memaksa diriku tergerak di batas asmara. Terlambat untuk berusaha, terlambatlah sudah menipu sanubari kasih cinta pusaka. Yakinkan cintaku, yakinkan segalanya, perlahan dan pasti aku kan berangkat menuju damai jiwa. Senanglah cinta bersendiri antara kita, menyandang dunia pegangan jiwa asmara. Lanjut untuk berhenti di jalan yang telah tertempuh semenjak sirup semati, biarlah bahagia pas aku rasakan juang. Janji yang tercapta mungkin terhapus saja, walau rintangan berjuta, walau cobaan memaksa diriku tergerak di balut asmara. Berlambai untuk berdusta, terlambatlah sudah menipu sanubari kasih sudah pusaka. Yakinkan cintaku, yakinkan segalanya, perlahan kan pasti daku kan melangkah menuju damai jiwa. Berlambai untuk berdusta, terlambatlah sudah menipu sanubari kasih sudah pusaka. Yakinkan cintaku, yakinkan segalanya, perlahan kan pasti daku melangkah menuju damai jiwa. Piksi Ganesha, the purple campus, the winning campus. Nowadays, practical and ready-for-work education is very important in order to support the government in their fulfillment of working fields program.
Sound check.
A competence-based higher education is one of the solutions in developing a much advanced and independent in Indonesia. Test mic. The quality of human resource depends on the education system and a good design of curriculum based on the future demands of working fields in many advanced and modern areas of business and industry. Located in the center of Bandung, West Java, Indonesia, Piksi Ganesha, also known as the Purple Campus, the winning campus, is committed to deliver the best quality of education. It is proven by our experience of running campuses all over Indonesia with more than 15,000 students. We also run vocation schools and hospitals, hotels, and other business units under the Piksi Ganesha Group.
As the president of Piksi Ganesha Consortium, we are very pleased that many people are success and useful for the others.
We keep on growing and developing as we educate skilled and professional resources to become the nation's qualified, virtuous, creative, and independent assets. Piksi Ganesha's programs excels in curriculum, facility, practicum and laboratories, field studies, and working internships, as well as ethic and character building, which creates high demand from many companies for its graduates. Known as the Purple Campus, the winning campus, Piksi Ganesha guarantees all graduates will excel in competence in the form of competence certification. The Piksi Ganesha campus provides Diploma 3 and Bachelor degree programs with these specifications: Business Cluster, Finance Administration, Accounting, Computerized Accounting, Business Management, Computer and IT Cluster, Informatics Management, Medical Records Informatics, Informatics Technology, Health Cluster, Medical Records and Health Informations, Hospital Management, Pharmacy, Health Analyst, and Physiotherapy. Bachelor degree programs or Strata 1 programs, Business Management, Computerized Accounting, Informatics Management, and Medical Records Informatics. Amongst the excellence of Piksi Ganesha are international classes, regular classes, employee classes with complete facilities and infrastructures, cozy classrooms with air conditioning, in-focus, internet hotspot, CCTV, language laboratories, computer and electronic lab, automotive lab, medical record lab, hospital lab, pharmacy lab, health analyst lab, physiotherapy lab, library, insurance, video conference, and web-based informatics system.
To be in here, I can be part of international students who can study and interaction with local.
Studovať na Univerzite Piksi Ganesha sa stalo pre mňa vážne.
Supported by professional teaching staffs that vary from expertise to Strata 2 and Strata 3 academicians ready to give the best in creating excellent and independent graduates. Piksi Ganesha is frequently active in organizing local and international scale trainings, seminars, and workshops. It is progressive global competition that draw Piksi Ganesha to enhance its quality internationally. Therefore, Piksi Ganesha have arranged several collaborations with domestic and foreign institutions. And more to come. Many campuses all over the world is ready to collaborate to improve the quality of education in Piksi Ganesha. And not only studies, Piksi Ganesha also provides student activity units as non-formal means for students to improve their selves, practicing communication and leadership skills, as well as honing their self-potential that will allow themselves to be happy and comfortable while studying here. Piksi Ganesha also performing an Excel class named the Cadet Class, a class with mentally and spiritually high ethic and discipline. The Cadet Class is a way to create independent and strong national charactered students. Piksi Ganesha also frequently organize open for public labor markets in order to help their graduates meet wide range access of recruiter from services to industries. Many of them are Piksi Ganesha's partner in Indonesia. It has been proven that Piksi Ganesha's graduates have become excellent, skilled, and easily recruited in many working sectors: finance, banking, retail, hospital, pharmacy, health laboratories, programmer, informatics system, computer network, administrator, office administration, and many more.
In 2013, a group of scholars and members of the Academe decided to form a consortium with the primary goal of bringing together scholars in the Asia-Pacific countries to collaborate and establish a formal network and partnership in various research and academic-related programs. It is called the Asia-Pacific Consortium of Researchers and Educators Incorporated, non-stock, non-profit organization which promotes multidisciplinary research, educational innovations and initiatives, academic, art, and cultural exchanges to its members. Likewise, facilitate network building, public discourse, national and international exchange of knowledge and information. Apcore envisions to be a prime mover of research excellence in the Asia-Pacific region. It fosters innovative multidisciplinary research and educational innovations, adherence to the principle of professionalism, responsibility, accountability, transparency, and democracy. The consortium is managed by a group of dedicated and committed professionals with the supervision of the International Advisory Board from the Asia-Pacific countries. Regular activities and programs of the consortium includes research capability building trainings and workshops, International Multidisciplinary Research Conference, the Apcore Biennial Convention, international linkages, networking and partnership, research fellowship, academic exchange, and publication opportunities. Today, Apcore has more than 6,000 individual members and 100 institutional members from 16 countries, not only in the Asia-Pacific Rim, but in the other parts of the world as well. Apcore national councils were established in Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand. Apcore invites you to join us, and together, let us build a strong network of researchers. This is the Asia-Pacific Consortium of Researchers and Educators.
Good morning, delegates. Welcome to day 3 of the Apcore-Piksi 2023 Hybrid International Conference with the theme Sustainable Research and Education, Trajectories, Hopes, Alarms, and Expectations.
The Asia-Pacific Consortium of Researchers and Educators and the Polytechnic Piksi Ganesha, in partnership with the Abrao State Institute of Science and Technology, Bina Insani University, Lyceum of the Philippines University, Quezon City University, Taguig City University, University of Cagayan Valley, with the support from the Semeyo Technical Education and Development, Semeyo Center for Early Childhood Education and Parenting, Academic International Consortium of Indonesia, the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges presents the Apcore-Piksi 2023 Hybrid International Conference with the theme Sustainable Research and Education, Trajectories, Hopes, Alarms, and Expectations. More than 1,000 researchers submitted, but only 300 passed the screening and evaluation of the committee for presentation in the areas of business, finance and management, education, engineering and technology, natural and applied sciences, social sciences, arts and humanities. Publication opportunities for Scopus and Web of Science affiliate journals are given to all accepted papers. This year's conference is attended by participants from more than 100 higher education institutions and organizations in the Asia-Pacific region. Top caliber scholars, scientists, academicians, and policymakers compose this year's roster of plenary speakers. Exceptional research works will be recognized as 2023 Apcore-Piksi Excellence in Research Award. This is The Apcore and Polytechnic Piksi Ganesha 2023 Hybrid International Conference.
Good morning, Bandung, Indonesia. Good morning, delegates. I am Mr. Leonard Forbes from the Quezon City University, Philippines.
And I am Santi Kristinawati from Polytechnic Piksi Ganesha, Bandung, Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wujud anjing. Sampurasun. Sampurasun, Leonard. Mampes. Okay. And this is day 2 of the Apcore-Piksi Hybrid International Conference 2023.
Santi, selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi, Leonard.
Senang bisa bertemu dengan Anda lagi.
Sama, saya juga senang sekali bertemu dengan Anda lagi.
And that is all I know.
Okay, no more bahasa.
No more.
Okay, Leonard, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we had our first keynote speakers and 3 plenary speakers who shared with us their expert discussion on mobilizing collective action for sustainability research education, successful sustainable education initiatives, and education for sustainability in the Anthropocene.
Yes, Santi, we also had a very wonderful cultural batik night and enjoyed the food and the performances at the Swiss Bell Hotel. Indeed, this year's conference has really exceeded our expectations. And now that we have come to our last day of the conference, we are more than satisfied with what we have experienced so far.
I'm very agree about this, Leonard, and this conference with Apcore-Piksi will truly be a memorable experience. And on this 3rd day, there's still more to learn and experience with the remaining talks from our 2nd keynote speakers and the remaining plenary speakers.
And to start our day 3 with the message, let us call on the Apcore Executive Director and Dean of the Graduate School of Borapa University, Thailand, Friends, Dr. Witawat Jangyam.
Good morning, everyone. To our esteemed participants, scholars, and educators, we warmly welcome you to the 3rd and the final days of the Apcore-Piksi 2023 Hybrid International Conference as we gather here virtually and on-site in Bandung, Indonesia. Let us all celebrate the enriching discussions and thought-provoking insights we have experienced so far under our collective banner, Sustainable Research and Education, Trajectories, Hopes, Alarms, and Expectations. Let us recap of the previous days. Day 1, commenced with an energizing opening ceremony that set the tone for the scholarly engagements that follow. The MOU signing marked a promising collaboration amongst our partners and supporters, paving the way for impactful sustainable initiatives. The masterclass series offered profound perspectives on the future of sustainable education and research. The virtual presentation covered a myriad of disciplines, including business, finance, management, education, engineering, and technology, natural and applied science, as well as social science, arts, and humanities. The day concluded with an academic visit to SEMCO CSEP, where the various networking activities took place. Day 2 was no less riveting. The keynote message and plenary sessions meticulously explore the trajectory, hopes, alarms, and expectation. We have for sustainable research and education, for mobilizing collective action to extracting lessons from successful sustainable initiatives, and questioning the role of education in the Anthropocene. The conversation were both illuminating and challenging. Today, we continue to enrich the journey with a plenary keynote address, parallel sessions, both on-site and virtual. And finally, the much anticipated awarding and closing ceremonies. As we delve into today's plenary and sessions, let us keep the essence of our conference for sub-theme in mind. The first one, Trajectories. Reflect on how the discussions and partnership fostered here can create a pathway for the future sustainable research and education. Hopes. As we listen to today's keynote address and engaging in discussions, let us crystallize our aspiration into tangible initiative for a better future. Alarms. Today's dialogues should continue to challenge us. Let us confront uncomfortable questions that need addressing for genuine sustainability and expectations. As we prepare to continue, let us set benchmark for what we should achieve before we reconvene. Let the awarding ceremony serve an inspiration for us to strive to be the future recipients of these honors in recognition of our commitment to sustainability. As we approach to the conclusion of this momentous event, let each of us commit to taking the wisdom, connections, and inspirations we have gained back into our respective communities and institutions. And thank you for your valuable contributions over the past 2 days. And let us make these final days as enlightening and empowering as the ones that have come before it.
Thank you, Dr. Witawat, for the very insightful and inspiring message. At this point, let us get to know our keynote speaker for today through this video.
Our keynote speaker is an experienced Media Association Director and academician. His history of working in the international education industry honed his expertise in teaching and research, particularly in the fields of media studies, film studies, communication studies, English literature, and English and German languages. His achievements in organization building, quality assurance, and department management even more prove his strong leadership quality. Our speaker was a visiting professor at Sri Nakarim Wirok University in Thailand from 2016 to 2021. He also served as an assistant professor at Webster University before he became a permanent lecturer at King Mongkut's Institute of Technology, Krabang, Thailand. He also served as a visiting professor at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Our speaker is currently the Executive Director of Southeast Asian Media Studies Association. Our speaker was educated by renowned intellectuals and groundbreaking film directors like John Baudrillard, Jean-Luc Nancy, Slavoj Žižek, Judith Butler, Linda Williams, Anton Kais, among others. He earned a licentiate degree in English Studies and Film Studies from the University of Zurich, Switzerland, which included several semesters at the University of California, Berkeley, USA. He finished his Doctor of Philosophy in Media and Communications at the European Graduate School, Switzerland. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Alexander J. Clem.
much good energy here. I love it. So many students here. It's wonderful. And so many colleagues too. Thank you all for coming. I love the Indonesian language. Let me give it a try. Hadirin sekalian, selamat datang di acara ini. Nama saya Alexander Clem. Merupakan suatu kehormatan besar untuk berbicara dengan kalian hari ini. Slide. Slide, please. Did you understand me? Okay, that's good to know. Next. Next. When I was invited to give this speech, I wanted to find out more about Apcore because I didn't really know Apcore at that time when they invited me. So I went to the website and I found this. On the masthead of the website, it says that Apcore stands for Pioneering Innovation, Illuminating the Future Beyond the Core. Apcore's vision is this. It envisions itself as a prime mover of research excellence in the Asia-Pacific region. It sees its mission in fostering excellence in multidisciplinary research and educational innovations, which are adherent to the principle of professionalism, responsibility, accountability, transparency, and democracy. Next. And Apcore's objectives are these. It shall be a venue for intellectual discourse, research development, and development of teaching learning methodologies on various fields of study. It shall promote multidisciplinary research, educational innovations and initiatives, academic, art, and cultural exchanges. And finally, it shall encourage and facilitate network building, public discourse, national and international exchange of knowledge and information. This comprehensive mission statement forms the first part of the foundation on which I have built my lecture. The other part comes from our conference theme, Sustainable Research and Education, Trajectories, Hopes, Alarms, and Expectations. In the spirit of these far-reaching ambitions and principles, I will outline how you students, can develop a personal career strategy and to achieve sustainable research excellence. Next slide. Next. Did you skip some? Please go back. Go back. Yes, please keep this one. In the 19th century, the British Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli said, "A university should be a place of light, of liberty, and of learning." I share this romantic notion that the university should be a place of freedom and enlightenment, and for many of us, it still is. But in today's higher education landscape, the university is also a place of performance pressure. Higher education continues to develop rapidly due to governmental and private sector pressures on universities to deliver education, research, and innovation that increase scientific knowledge and advance data-driven societies. Other pressures come from universities' competition for external funding and new enrollments, and from the fact that students use university rankings to choose their study locations and disciplines as they require degrees that give them an edge in the job market. Universities channel these pressures onto their academic personnel, pushing them to produce research excellence, publish in high-ranking journals, and engage in other activities that are beneficial to the university's ranking. All of these academic activities are subjected to strict quality control mechanisms, while the creation of high-profile publications and innovative projects translate into promotions for academics and financial support of the university. They also cause stress and alarm for individual researchers. Based on these observations and with Apcore's mission statement in mind, I'm asking these questions that you can see here. Repeat the questions. How can young researchers create and seasoned academics maintain their careers? How can we achieve sustainable research output and build a personal reputation? How should we handle the institutional pressures to publish in high-ranking journals? How can we maintain a healthy work-life balance in academia? You are all invited to reflect with me on these questions. Since we come from different disciplines, have had different professional experiences, and follow different priorities and ambitions, we may arrive at different answers. In today's lecture, I will try to answer these questions by sharing my views on journal abstract writing, on publishing, conferences, work-life balance, and the popularization of science. The main message that I want to share with my younger and senior professional colleagues here today is this. Working in higher education is a rewarding experience, but things always change and we have to adapt. This is why, as an educator and researcher, you have to develop a strategy for yourself in order to create a career and to maintain this career and to find a healthy work-life balance. I will give you more than just a glimpse of what to expect if you decide to go for a career in higher education. Next slide, please. Academics are under pressure to publish in Scopus and Web of Science journals. This is neither good nor bad. It is the result of two developments in the higher education sector. One is the democratization of higher education, and thus the idea that it should be available to everyone wishing to enhance their qualifications. The other is the demand for university degrees to be competitive in the labor market. With the demand growing exponentially, the supply has quickly adapted and the university landscape has radically changed. Likewise, the demand for degrees from universities that are perceived as the best ones has grown. Young people's perceptions on how a degree will affect their chances in the job market is largely influenced by the prestige of a university, which often results from its ranking in research performance and its visibility in the media. In spite of this, studies suggest that government funds for research and the higher education sector have universally decreased. When resources become scarce, they have to be distributed with more care within the sector, but also within the same university, faculty, and department. While there may be a number of criteria to use for competition, the main official one used at this stage is academic quality. State and private funds, and with them power and prestige, go to universities, faculties, departments, and scholars who deserve it, measured through a number of academic performance standards. These are mainly teaching and publication. Research performance becomes thus crucial in governments and private entities' decisions of fund distribution to universities. When funders need to agree on criteria to decide whether to give money to a specific university or discipline, they will look at the quality of research input. Universities and disciplines that deliver seemingly better quality or that have impact on the society receive more funds. All of this has an effect on the teachers. Scholars need to teach, publish, supervise students, review articles, look for funding, attend conferences, establish collaborations, and engage with public dissemination activities. What is the amount of effort you should put into each of these activities? What is the ideal input-output ratio? How much should you work for an article? Is publishing 2 articles a year a good target? Should you try to publish in the top journals in the world, in your discipline? Or are middle-range journals good enough? Ultimately, academic career strategy refers to the capacity to identify a compromise between what you are expected and what you are requested to do, and what you should like to do for your happiness. This involves the capacity to take risks and to do things for which you will receive no money or formal recognition, but because you feel you will gain something else from it. Personal satisfaction, friendship, and time for yourself or your family are also part of your career because they allow you to concentrate on what you do personally. I see 4 major areas for young and seasoned scholars to consider when working, when forging an academic career strategy. Writing. So please have a look at the slide. Writing deals with the actual process of writing and the approaches we use to write something that becomes readable by people from our academic community. So we have to work on and improve our writing. Publishing. This is the further logical step to writing, but in a different world. It explains why journals accept and some articles and reject other articles. Networking. Networking acknowledges the fact that you need to connect with people, start collaborations, and engage with stakeholders. And then there is growing. This explores the way you can boost your profile and move from a junior to a more senior academic status. Next slide, please. Thank you. Seasoned scholars, in particular, have to work on 3 additional areas, namely niching. Niching means that you need to identify your public and become aware of your selling points and use them to define your place in your discipline. Then there is shining. This concerns 2 processes. One is the production of written and other kinds of work. The other is the efforts to make your work known and to become widely appreciated as an academic. Finally, there's also fundraising. This is an activity that is increasingly required when you work in academia. Go to the next. Writing and publishing. Let's go to writing journal abstracts. Writing and publishing an article in a journal is a learnable craft. All parts of a research paper, introduction, literature review, methodology, data analysis, and conclusion, they all contribute to the overall quality and coherence of a scientific argument. Next slide. However, before the paper comes an abstract. John Swales and Christine Feek, 2 professors of linguistics at the University of Michigan and the 2 experts on abstract writing, have noted abstracts typically have restrictions with regard to the number of words, and these limits make the already difficult task of constructing abstracts even harder. Even experienced and widely published authors usually have to produce several versions before they are satisfied that they have summarized their longer texts with maximum efficiency, clarity, and economy. This is because the abstract reveals our constructed views of a particular issue. The quality of an abstract is a main criterion for research excellence. In other words, your ability to convince people who are selecting abstracts that you are worth their attention is vital. An abstract is a window to your research, and it is an entry ticket to a conference, a journal, a book, and a research fund. If your abstract is well written, then it is a valid ticket and you are invited to enter. But if it is poorly written, then you have no valid ticket, the doors stay shut, and you stay outside. That's why abstracts are possibly the most important detail in the academic world. Your capacity to express in a short, clear, and dynamic manner an idea may determine the place you will occupy in academia. My experienced colleagues in the audience may now be thinking that this is beginner's stuff. Well, let me assure you, in my experience as a journal editor and conference organizer, only a fraction of abstracts, no matter whether they were submitted by young or seasoned scholars, follows a clear structure, which shows me that either they didn't learn how to write an abstract, or they have not yet understood its significance as an important aspect of a personal academic career strategy. If one day you become a book editor, journal editor, organizer of a panel, or organizer of a workshop, then you have to apply certain criteria to accept or turn down an abstract. For instance, you have limited space in a workshop and have to be more selective. The book you are editing is intended to have a large geographical or disciplinary focus, and you can only choose one of the 5 authors who suggested a similar focus. As a journal editor myself, my rule is that I will always fight to keep in someone I believe in, and if I believe in someone depends on the quality of their abstract. A strong abstract must have many specific features and be communicated in a professional manner. You will often tend to think better of authors sending a tidy abstract, even more if it is nicely written, regardless of its content, because the packaging is as important as the content. Just the layout, the division of paragraphs, and in general, the way the document looks gives an important first impression. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, how to write an effective abstract? In general, an abstract of around 200 words should be composed of 4 elements: the objective, debates and the main argument, the methodology, and the conclusion with results or tentative results. Of course, there are some variations of this structure depending on the discipline you work in. Let me explain this in other words. An abstract, it could be honed down to 4 elements that explain the objective and the relevance of your study, illustrate the endeavor by embedding it in a current debate, mention the methodology, and present the results and possibly look into the future. Following this structure is important for you to open that window to your research and to produce sustainable research results. Next slide, please. An objective may be formulated in a descriptive way, such as this paper seeks to explore, or this paper seeks to analyze, or in an argumentative way. For example, this paper demonstrates that, or this paper argues that. Regardless of whether your goal is descriptive or argumentative, a strong research approach is based on a number of hypotheses or research questions and located in a number of debates, because it is easier for the reader to appreciate the significance of a study when it is framed in a broader debate. The methodology may need a substantial amount of explanation in the paper, but there is no need to attempt to fit all of that methodology in a short abstract. It could just be stated whether the study was done with primary or secondary data, and the sample size should be given. Almost at the end of the abstract, you should state the results. But an abstract is not always drawn from a completed research project. Data may be preliminary, and even when they are final, you may not have had the time yet to reflect on their significance. For many conferences, it is fine to send an abstract of ongoing research, but by the time of the presentation, the final results should be ready. You can end the abstract by stating the results, or you could conclude by stating what the preliminary or final results point to. Go to the next slide. Now let's turn to publishing. How do you publish, and with whom should you publish? Next slide, please. Let's have a look at the slide. As psychologist Philip Zimbardo, professor emeritus at Stanford University, once said, academic success depends on research and publications. Well, of course, you don't have to be a professor at Stanford to know this. It should be obvious because your publications are based on your research and they build the way to your academic success. Written production, published in articles and books, should serve to advance science and share new scientific findings. Academics are pressured to publish articles in journals, preferably in Scopus and Web of Science indexed journals, because those are the strongest academic currency today. A journal article is expected to be original and propose a theoretical argument located in current debates on an engaging topic. The argument should be innovative and based on either novel empirical data or an analysis of existing studies. Then there is the possibility of writing book chapters. But articles and book chapters are treated differently by the academic community and national quality control institutions because book chapters are much less regulated. No matter how well a book chapter is written, a journal article will always be considered more relevant for the advancement of scientific knowledge. This is why some disciplines and countries give little to no credit to a book chapter. So why should you publish a book chapter anyway? A book chapter can be theoretical, empirical, or both. It can be argumentative or descriptive, or consist of notes from fieldwork or progress findings. It doesn't have to be original because a good article could be reprinted as a book chapter. A piece in a thematic volume edited by scholars could consist of anything in any form as long as the editor accepts it. Think of when you are invited to contribute a chapter to a book edited by a major scholar in your field. In that case, contributing a chapter could be a chance to work with that person, learn from them, and also take it as evidence that you are considered knowledgeable and reliable. Writing a book chapter can also give you the freedom to publish what you want and how you want. Chapters have no standard format, so they are more easily accepted when they follow a free structure. The chapter you deliver can be the almost finished version. Also, since you have more freedom when writing a book chapter, you can consider it as a writing exercise. A chapter may not count formally, but it can speed up your path to wider visibility and popularity. Should we publish in a special journal issue? So let's turn to special issues. This is usually an issue edited by one or more guest editors on a specific theme. A journal existing for many years can be regarded as a permanently ongoing process, with articles regularly coming in and being published at some point. In contrast, a special issue is a project with a beginning and an end. It cannot count on previously submitted papers and cannot publish papers that are submitted late. Still, many academics will not publish an article in a special issue because that article counts less in their evaluation system than one in a standard issue, even of the same journal. A special journal issue moves outside the usual channels because the journal engages with authors who are attracted to a particular journal thanks to the topic or the chance to work with the guest editors. This is some sort of pre-selection process. There is some sort of pre-selection process, and when submitting to the special issue, the guest editors have to face a strategic choice to populate a special issue. Too many versus just enough papers. How many abstracts to accept, and thus how many papers to solicit is their choice. From an author's perspective, there are several advantages in submitting to a special issue. Acceptance of your abstract means that the guest editors are interested in your topic and will consider your paper. There's also a lower risk of rejection, more guidance throughout the revision process, and the way to get published relatively painlessly and faster. Now, open access publications. Should you publish in an open access publication or with a commercial publisher that will charge for access to your article? The value of open access publications is obvious. The availability of research findings on the internet allows scientists from all over the world to have access to your results. Publishing in a journal that is fully open access means that the journal keeps all of its articles freely available and downloadable, and that it has no claims with regards to the copyright of your article. You can publish your article as long as you respect the rules of the new publisher. You can republish it if you want to, but you have to respect the copyright. Another option is to publish with a commercial publisher and to hand over the copyright of your article. If you follow this path, you fall into an exploitation regime with many limitations. However, there are still some ways to make your article available to the general public without having to pay the open access fee. You usually receive a link you can share for 50 or more free downloads, which allows 50 individuals of your choosing to get access to your article immediately. Is it better to publish a book or a journal article? The value of a book or an article depends on the discipline you work in. For scholars in the social sciences and humanities, the answer is obvious. A book is longer and has a higher symbolic value. It is a way to enter academic adulthood, and you might need it to be recognized as a scholar. A book includes an editorial project, a contract, negotiations, personalized dissemination channels, and strategies. You cannot organize an article launch, but you can organize a book launch. But in the hard sciences, a book is often considered as a waste of time since you are mostly credited for articles. Sorry, we had a long karaoke night last night, and I think I was... Maybe I should sing my text. Okay, we can also ask, how will the publication be received by the international academic community? This is subjective, since it depends on how you want to position yourself within a discipline, a sub-discipline, and thus how your peers will react to your book or article. There are some reference points. In some systems, a book is a formal requirement towards a promotion. In other words, failure to produce a book might slow down your career progression. Some scholars are more at ease publishing articles, and others better equipped to write books. In the end, you should choose your strategy after reading the guidelines for evaluation in the place where you want to progress. Once you know what you want to achieve formally, you could look at the more informal effects of your publication. Should you have decided to publish a book that you have written or edited, then you have to approach an academic or a commercial publisher. The most famous academic publishers in England are, for example, Cambridge, Oxford, and in the US, there's Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. But there are hundreds more in our Southeast Asian countries too, all with excellent reputations. Examples for well-known commercial publishers in the West are Springer and Taylor and Francis. While in some countries a book is considered of high quality as long as it is published with a major publisher, in our selective evaluation systems, academic publishers rank higher than commercial publishers. Academic publishers are based at some university and can publish under the name of that university. but they may be managed according to the same business model used by commercial publishers. Also, not all academic publishers offer the same level of quality. On the prestige market of academia, nothing compares to the most famous academic publishers. But in many countries, some commercial publishers come right after them. Prestige of a press counts in academia, and even just mentioning a book with a major publisher has an impact on your CV and how people and employers will look at you today and in many years to come. In many respects, pressure to classify academic publishers is lower than the pressure to classify and rank journals. While there is Scopus and Web of Science for journals, internationally there is nothing equivalent for academic book publishers. Classification is rather done at the domestic level and differs from country to country. So when you decide to publish a book, make sure you know which book publishers find more acceptance in your country and in your discipline. Publishing with Oxford or Cambridge is brilliant, but the additional effort required may simply not be worth the investment, at least for your personal career strategy. Even if you are sure of the great quality of your work, there is no guarantee that other scholars will perceive it the same way, and that in your national evaluation system, your book will get you the credits you believe you deserve. Okay, let's go to the next slide, conference slide. Conferences are the most common settings in which academics present their research, and they are places of interesting human dynamics. You will need to study the program and find a way to meet the people you find interesting or simply want to get to know. If you can, then decide in advance who you want to meet. If you have someone in mind who you want to talk to, you can go to their presentation. There are several sessions happening at the same time, and you need to think carefully before you decide where to go, what to attend, and with whom to network. Social interaction tends to be wide, but sometimes shallow, and maybe you won't meet the same person twice. On the other hand, you will have access to dozens or even hundreds of people and potential collaborators. Conferences are not only about listening to presentations, but also about mingling and networking. Socialize at the book exhibition, social events, excursions, conference dinners, and coffee breaks. Yeah, and sing karaoke. And sometimes you get published not necessarily because your paper is the best one, but because you are at the right conference, at the right time, and meet the right person to facilitate your publication. So who knows, maybe today at our Apcore conference, you actively look for and find a new collaborator, and new doors will open for you. Next slide, please. Thank you. Maurice Strong, former council president of the University of Peace, said this: "I believe we are going to move into a situation where the more effective conferences will be smaller, more specialized, more focused, with occasional large gatherings to get the attention of the larger world." I agree that effective conferences are small to mid-size because they allow the delegates to focus both on networking and knowledge sharing. There are many ways to tell the quality of a conference. At a good conference, you get more than you invested, and it will help you find your niche. To go to a conference, you invest time, money, prepare a presentation, socialize, and spend evenings at social dinners. Is it worth it? Yes. You will bring home little if you just go to the sessions. A good strategy is to spend some time at the panels and much time at the exhibitions and social events. There is nothing more frustrating than investing time and money to then go home disappointed. There are special themed disciplinary and regional conferences and conferences on policy. The closer the event to your research interest is, the more likely you are to find people with similar professional directions. In the beginning, perhaps the best strategy is to attend a few conferences and see where you feel comfortable and are appreciated the most, and where you feel that you can do without. Eventually, the choice of attending a particular conference also determines where and in which discipline you feel you will have more chances to develop your career. You should use conferences as showrooms for your finalized work, presenting an already published paper or at least research that you have completed. People need to know you through what you do, not what you plan to do. You can also contribute to the scientific program. This may range from acting as a session chair or to organize a panel. As a session chair, you may have less intellectual interaction with the presenters, but you still communicate with them. It is your chance to do a good job and excel in solid presentation or entertainment skills, or simply because you can keep time and demonstrate the authority to manage the situation. Being a chair is interactive. If you happen to be in a panel where you can interact with the presenters, then they have to respect and speak to you, because at the end of the session, you can use your position, or some people would say you can abuse your position to ask the first question. Why should you organize a panel? The work needed to pull together 4 to 5 participants for a panel is time-consuming. So why not just submit something and let another person do it for you? After all, arranging papers into panels is the crucial task of conference organizers. A panel gives you a chance to invite people you really want to meet in person, or just to convince some of your best colleagues and friends to present with you. It also increases your chances of being accepted, because eventually a panel becomes a finished product. It brings you together with people who share your research focus. Also, for a panel you can decide who to debate with. You can invite more senior scholars to join you and take advantage of their audience, who will come to listen to your colleagues, but will then stay for your presentation too. Essentially, a panel is a way to become visible to a wider audience and show that you are active and have national and international contacts. And if your conference panel is successful, there is again a chance that it may result in a journal or a book publication. Conferences are often organized by associations, like Apcore. Join the association, become an active member, and try to start some collaborations with some members of the board. If the organizers know you, they may give you some tasks, and you will have the chance to meet more people and get a better time slot or panel at the conference for your own presentation. Depending on the association, the conference will target a particular group. Why is this important? Because to maximize your outcome, you should reflect on where you are going and what you can expect from a conference before applying for it. It is a smart investment to attend at least one conference organized by one of your national associations and to become a member of that association. On the topic of membership in an association, there's also this to say. They fall into 3 categories: disciplinary, for example, political science, anthropology, or medicine; topical, for example, promoting a multidisciplinary perspective on a given issue. This could be identity, conflict, or research and education. And then there is regional, which means gathering those studying a particular area or region of the world. A membership in the association is important. Being a member allows you to become involved at different levels within the association. Some of the possible benefits include receiving information from the association, networking with fellow members, presenting a paper at the conference, organizing a panel, serving in an event organization committee, and serving as a board member. The more active you are in an association, the more likely you will benefit from the membership and your growing network. Thus, being an active member in an association is a smart, strategic decision that helps you find your niche. Let us go to the next slide. Let's go to work-life balance. How can you find your work-life balance? Next slide, please. Thank you. Louis Menand, a Pulitzer Prize winner and English professor at Harvard University, has made an important observation. One of the good things about the profession of being a professor is that you also have time to do what interests you and what you care about or what you're good at. Yes, while academic careers can be stressful because of many pressures, the general understanding of academia is that in return for the limited amount of money you earn, you get a degree of freedom that other jobs don't give you. It allows you to teach and research what you want and to make many choices about your career. This freedom is essential in achieving a healthy work-life balance. Peer acceptance, respect, and your own reputation are probably important to you. How can you enjoy your job when you have to work in two different directions? One to satisfy the academic community and one to satisfy quality control institutions? This may get even more complicated if what you really love to do does not sufficiently overlap with neither. A university can put too much pressure on you and push you into doing certain tasks and taking directions that you actually don't like. Think of the growing demand for academics to find external funding for projects and to manage projects. What if you are a mediocre manager or simply not motivated to be a manager? In principle, when you made the choice to work as a scientist, as an academic, as a scientist, you committed yourself to a career of research and teaching, but you knew little about the administrative tasks that would come your way. In her master class on day one, Dr. Viranod Nisapaton mentioned the importance for researchers in her field to be team players. Indeed, any research institution, like any working unit, is made up of teams. There is a clear profile to become part of a team, but this is just the ideal profile. In reality, the success of a team depends on its diversity. At the same time, in a research team, it is not necessary that 100% of the researchers are great fundraisers. There are several ways to pull together a research team depending on what you need. One of your members could be your spokesperson, who will always be in the media, able to explain to large audiences what your research group is doing. This person may not be the best researcher, but as long as you need publicity, you need this person in your team. At some stage in your career, you should develop skills that are not necessarily required in your discipline. Maybe you fall short of motivation to perform certain tasks, or you may want to try new things. In academia, only a few people are in it for the big money, and because academics are usually very well educated, it should not be too difficult to requalify, change careers, and get a better paid, but maybe less satisfying job. But many academics stay in their profession and find their niche. We should aim to construct our profile or find our place in a department and a discipline based on the need to survive and to be happy, or at least content. In the end, your strategy for a healthy work-life balance with job security and contentment are based on the following. Do what you need to do individually and in your team to not get fired. Do what you want, what you like, what makes you feel alive. Be sufficiently motivated to do what you do. Find compromises with your boss. Find compromises with the academic world and what you can offer. No matter how good you are, there will always be reasons to get frustrated. You may envy someone who has been advancing faster than you in the last couple of years. Or if you published 3 articles last year, your expectations may be now that you have 4 publications this year and go on growing forever. If last year you picked up 100 citations, you may expect that this year you will pick up more since you are more famous or have more articles. But where is the limit? Your sense of reward, satisfaction, and frustration also depends on your personal values and the criteria you apply to assess your own work performance. There are many more reasons to get frustrated. there are only a few chances that you can consider yourself satisfied according to some hypothetical universal criteria. There will always be criteria that you don't meet, but you can still consider yourself happy and satisfied with what you have. It all depends on your personal needs and on your values. Any personal success can't make up for the fact that you don't deliver. One thing is to have the minimal required output. A different thing is to underperform. This depends on your energy and motivation to do things, which vary during the course of your life. A book with a famous academic publisher is impressive, but make sure that by engaging in this project, you don't fail to deliver other outputs that are required by your university and by your national evaluation system. Your career choices are yours. The bottom line is to be able to make choices that allow you to perform at least above the threshold between an active researcher and a non-active one. Once you do this, you can decide whether to invest in further activities that are fully recognized by your university or into something else. But if you don't do enough, your position will be at risk, and this will affect your work-life balance negatively. You have to build a profile for yourself within the department, but how can you do that? When you entered the academic world, you probably thought that you would have to teach a little, do some research, maybe here and there sit on a meeting. You had seen some academics writing in newspapers and magazines, sitting on committees and consulting governments. But were you aware that you would be supposed to do all of this and more? Peer review, public dissemination, funding applications, editing, evaluation, organizing conferences and panels, being active in an association. They're all part of the game. And you are supposed to engage with most, not to say all of these activities, but are they part of the formal duties listed in your job contract? They're not. But if everyone around you is doing something and you are not, would you not feel the pressure to do the same? How would you justify to your boss and colleagues and yourself that everyone is sitting on a committee but you're the only one who is not? Let's go to the next slide, please. Let's turn to science popularization. All experienced scholars in the audience, please ask yourself, is it my duty to try to engage with the general public and to popularize science? Academics are qualified to talk with a certain knowledge on some topics they have studied for years. We are specialists in our respective disciplines, so the answer is yes. We certainly have a moral obligation to share our knowledge with the public, not least because the public is often afraid of what it doesn't know and of what it doesn't understand. Next slide, please. But, have a look at the slide, please. But as the Polish physicist and chemist and Nobel Prize winner Marie Curie once said, nothing in life is to be feared. It is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less. If we are not explaining to society what is happening so that society may understand more and fear less, who else will do it? Engagement with the general public should not only be part of your personal academic career strategy, it is a key pathway for you to be producing sustainable research results. There are two clear ways of public engagement that, for me, that stand out. Those are guest lecturing and writing non-academic pieces. Guest lecturing at universities, schools, companies, and public organizations is an important way of public dissemination. Guest lectures are often the result of chance, and it could be the result of a paper that you have published at the right moment in the right journal, or a casual encounter at a conference. It can be arranged easily, and the only prerequisite is to have someone in the guest institute who wants to invite you. Giving a guest lecture is a way to meet people and get them to read things they would not read otherwise. In this respect, consider even delivering seminars at your own university where people from other departments or other institutions from the same city may come and get familiar with your work. About giving a guest lecture, you should also consider this. It is a chance to make people associate your work with your face and your personality and eventually get more visibility. It is the equivalent to word of mouth in academia. You engage with a relatively small public, but interaction is more intense. It allows you to get feedback from different publics, scholars from other disciplines, or individuals who are unfamiliar with your work. If they like you as a person, it is likely that they will remember your name and read, or at least they will notice your next publication. In a number of cases, you are requested to mention on your CV where you have delivered speeches, and the higher the university ranks, the better it looks on your CV. You also have the option of publishing short, non-academic texts in various media outlets. An increasing number of universities is formally stating that public engagement of researchers is required, but they don't actually provide a mechanism allowing you to claim credit for short articles. Non-academic articles are, in principle, not part of your work duties. If you are short of time, you concentrate on what is essential to your survival, and short pieces for the general public are not really what you need to advance in your career. But engagement with the public through short articles still has advantages. Public servants and workers in international organizations and private companies don't necessarily read academic articles, but it is fair to assume that they read websites, blogs, newspapers, and magazines. Being published in such media outlets gives you an extra visibility that could lead someone to ask for your advice and maybe to hire you as a consultant. Depending on your agreement with your university, this might bring you extra money, prestige, freedom, maybe all of these. So as you can see, there are many good reasons to engage with public dissemination activities, which means explaining your research or topics of your competence to a wider public and in a non-technical language, either in public lectures or in short texts. You should also engage with the public because, as we have learned yesterday in Dr. Teresita Atienza's speech about mobilizing communities, about working with communities, you have to engage with people. You have to go out and engage with communities, with the public, and when you do, your engagement increases the prestige of your university, and this may bring more state funding for your university. Let's go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Finally, I can think of the following good reasons for you to engage in science popularization by writing and publishing short articles. If you are the expert in the field on a specific topic, then you have a moral obligation to share your knowledge with the people around you and in general the society. In shorter texts, you can use a more relaxed language and reasoning that would not always be welcome in scientific papers. Third, public engagement is an opportunity to become visible, not only to the general public, but to the scientific community too. Being able to synthesize your work in a few words will enable you to reach a much larger audience. For example, if a blog post is based on your academic article and conveys the same message, then people may say that they have read your article, and maybe they will even cite your text, which is much better than people not reading your text at all. Fourth point, your public engagement is also in your university's commercial interest. A scientist who is often in the media makes the university more visible. When young people decide into which university to enroll, this might be a deciding factor. Having someone famous in your department certainly helps to attract more students. Fifth point, public dissemination is now a requirement by many donors. A strategy for public dissemination activities should be added to a grant application, and then If the project is funded, embedded in the contract, public dissemination has almost become a formal requirement for a number of funding schemes. This means that you don't have to promise this in your bid, but if you don't promise it, someone else will get the funding instead of you, someone who has promised to write and publish those public dissemination pieces. Sixth point, eventually, some scholars become much more successful with their public dissemination activities and than their scientific ones. 7, and finally, if you plan a career in science, you have little chance to escape public engagement. You can decide whether it will be a major or minor component of your career strategy, and even if you don't like it, at some point, you will have to do it anyway. Let's go to the next slide. Yes, we're finally there. Dear students and colleagues in the audience, on-site, online, I hope that the keynote lecture today could give you clear ideas as to how you can build and maintain a career in higher education, achieve high-quality research output, build your reputation, position yourself as experts, handle institutional pressure to publish in high-ranking journals, and maintain a healthy work-life balance. For all of these, you have to develop a career strategy that works for you. I hope that I could inspire my youngest listeners to seek a career in higher education. Believe me, it can be a great career because it can give you an exciting life and the opportunity to do good things for society, for yourself, for your family. I also hope that with my lecture I could give all of you a sense of obligation to popularize science directly through public engagement and indirectly through your support of organizations committed to research excellence, such as Apcore. Next slide, please. Now, please allow me to thank all the members of the Apcore International Advisory Council for leading this important organization with all their passion and expertise. I would also like to express my deep gratitude to everyone of the Apcore-Piksi Conference Organization Committee and all the volunteers and technical staff for organizing this outstanding event. For all your hard work, for making everything run so smoothly, and of course, a heartfelt thank you goes to the Conference Organization Committee for having invited me to speak to you today. A big thank you also goes to our host, the Grand Asrilia Hotel, for opening to us this great venue. The hotel staff members have greeted me and all of us conference delegates with your famous Indonesian kindness and hospitality. This is my first time in Indonesia, and thanks to Apcore-Piksi, the Grand Asrilia Hotel, and all the gracious people I have met over the last couple of days, I can say that it has been my deep honor and a pleasure to be here, and I want to come back to Indonesia as soon as possible for more conferences, travel, and cultural exchange. This concludes my lecture. Terima kasih, maramnya salamat. Thank you very much. Vielen Dank.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Dr. Clem, thank you very much, Dr. Clem. Now we would like to call on Dr. Witawat Jangiam of Apcore and Vice Director Aisusi Susanti of Piksi Ganesha, and also Dr. Bernate to award the plaque of recognition to Dr. Clem. And let me read the citations. Apcore and Polytechnic Piksi Ganesha award this plaque of recognition to Dr. Alexander Clem, Assistant Professor King Mangkut Institute Technology, Lat Krabang, Thailand, for providing the academic community, researchers, and other professionals with his vital insight and inspiration as keynote speaker during the Apcore-Piksi 2023 Hybrid International Conference given this of August 2023, signed by Dr. Prihartono and Professor Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Jelani bin Muhammad Dor, University Technical Malaysia, Chairman Apcore.
Once again, congratulations and thank you to Dr. Clem. But before we listen and move to the plenary talks, let us first be entertained by a performance from the Java Ethnica.
with Merak Dance. And now it's time to us to going on to the next program. Now it's time to listen to the speakers for our plenary sessions for today. And let us meet our first plenary speakers through this video.
Our plenary speaker is a professor of computer science at the Sampurna University, Jakarta, Indonesia. He spent more than 2 decades working overseas as visiting scholar in various centers of excellence on emerging technologies, such as the Media Lab MIT USA, the FKI Zorland Germany, Philip Lab Eindhoven Netherlands, Snap Lab University of New South Wales Sydney Australia, and BGI Cambridge University UK. Our speaker served as adjunct lecturer and professor at Advanced Informatics School, University Technology Malaysia, Department of Computer Science, International Islamic University Malaysia, Taylor's University Malaysia, Universitas Sumatra Utara, and Universitas Diponegro. He also served as a system analyst at the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, and IT manager at the Australian National University in Canberra, Australia. with his expertise in computer science and computer engineering. Our speaker received more than 20 research grants from 2009 to present. He has received 5 gold, 9 silver, and 11 bronze medals from international IT innovation competitions. He has published more than 230 conference journal papers, 216 papers in Scopus, and 15H Index. In Malaysia, he has filed 4 patents in credit to his name. Our speaker obtained a PhD, an MSc, and a BSc, all in computer science, computer engineering. His PhD was from the School of Computer Science, the Australian National University, Canberra, Australia. Our plenary speaker, Dr. Teddy Mantoro.
Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to everyone. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. First of all, I would like to thanks to the committee from Apcore who invite me to give the opportunity to share a couple of my work in this prestigious conference, I believe. Again, thank you to the committee, and also I think I remember at the time, a couple months ago, Bu Ai in the front there, they invite me to be one of the speakers, and then Pak Tri also, yeah. So, okay, let me go directly to the topic here. So, my topic today, we're talking about accelerating the digital transformation. This is one of the hot topic in Indonesia. So I'm going to touch a couple things here. The first one is about the predictive AI. I believe some of you familiar with that. And then nowadays people are working with the generative AI. So we want to see how we move from the predictive AI goes to the generative AI. And some cases that I bring here came from Indonesia, of course, right? So down there I put like a couple of my head at the moment. I'm the chair of the IEEE Computational Intelligence Society Indonesia chapter. So every single year we're running a couple of international conference. Not synchrone with my
First page, please.
First page, please.
First page.
Yeah, so down here I put it like the IEEE Computational Intelligence Society. I'm going to brief a little bit what is the difference between AI later on and computational intelligence. And then there is some share for Indonesian Neural Network. This community was built like 5 years back. We have more than 250 members now around the world. Most of them they got the professor level. And I came from the Sampurna University. Next please. Really unfortunate everyone, my clicker doesn't work. So today we are going to talk about 4 points here. The first one is about the digital transformation in Indonesia from predictive AI and the generative AI. And I'm going to compare between AI and CI. Alright. The next one is how AI, for example, we can create the poem, the novel, and some academic paper, of course. Yeah, and then how we, what do you call it, double check that, yeah. So we can see how many percentage of your work, for example, if you generate using the generative AI, including the ChatGPT, all right? So the next one is the brief recommendation on the digital transformation on AI. Next, please. So everyone, I will start with this slide. So if you see this slide, what do you have in your mind? What is it? Anyone want to share your thing? So basically what happened with this is actually the collection of the big data in Jakarta, all right? When the Gojek, you know Gojek, right, the motorcycle thingy, they bring people from one point to the other point. So this is the situation of Jakarta if we collect all the data and represent it in the big data. This is, we collect the data from June until September 2019. No more red getting better. Next, please. So if you see Jakarta in 2015, so this is the situation of Jakarta. Not so many light at a time. All right. So this is what I mean by digital transformation. They have the big impact to the community, and then they change a lot of things, especially in the landscape of people in the capital city. Next, please. Next, please. Next again. Next. Okay, stop there. So he is the guy who initiated the project. Now he become the Minister of our Education. So that's why the landscape of education, they change, go to the digital transformation also. So there is a couple highlights. The Gojek now, they become the super application since 2020 because of the current situation. People, researchers and so on, they're supporting this kind of approach by the. So during the pandemic, in 3 months time, when people actually a little bit suffer at the time because of the disease, in Indonesia, go to GoPay, you can see down here, everyone. So GoPay managed to collect until 45 million rupiah, only in 3 months time only. So, okay, closing to the movie. All right. Next, please. So this is from United Nations, talking about global cybersecurity index. So if you can see, in 2017, Indonesia in the rank of 70. What is the impact of that rank? One country with the rank of greater than 50, they are actually not allowed to do the transaction online. Even though a lot of countries in Africa, for example, they are more lower in terms of the quality, but they still do the online transaction. So what happened is we are struggling to develop couple other approach there. So in 2019 we go to the rank number 41. All right. This allow us to have the transaction online. Why this happened? Because we develop a roadmap, yeah, everyone, under one of the institution they are responsible for the cyber in Indonesia. Now Indonesia surprising me also. They go to the rank of number 24, by the way. All right. Next, please. So this is why in Indonesia we can jump in from 70 goes to 24 because we built this roadmap. Yeah, National Cyber and Crypto Agency. We developed this in 2019. There's one team, what they call by key team. All right, if you know Pak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, he is the one who appointing this team. So just for your information, everyone, I was the chair for this team to running this roadmap for nearly 1 year at a time. All right. So then we jump into 24, and because of that, then we can do the transaction online, and because of that, a lot of startup, including Gojek, for example, they're increasing dramatically. Next, please. So now I will go to the AI and generative AI. Next, please. The committee only give me 30 minutes time. I'm preparing for 45 minutes, so I'm going to skip a couple of my slides, right? So I believe you see this picture. If you're Indonesian, I believe you know what kind of picture it is. So basically what happened is, there is one village called Konoha, right? Yeah. Inside of the Konoha, there's a lot of ninja inside there. A lot of warriors. And what happened is, one of the guru of the ninja was our president, by the way. So this is Suharto, and this one is Habibie, and the other one is that guy. Next, please. So what I'm trying to say here is, this is the art. People now develop couple other things using prompt approach. So I'm going to show you a couple of my development also. So this is showing when our president in the childhood time. All right. So basically, you can develop whatever that you have in your imagination and then develop it. Okay? This is art. If related with art, so that should be fine. But something they related with the hope, they will be different thing. They have the low consequences. Yeah, the consequences in the low side. Next, please. So this is also the other one. This is our previous president also, Megawati. Next, please. Yeah. So everyone, I just want to show you one thing here. There is one website called Crayon. You can develop it in 1 minute's time. And then what happens with this, if you don't like the picture, you can regenerate. All right? And then choose the one that you feel proper for your thing. Yeah. Next, please. So this one, stable diffusion playground. So you can generate a lot of things. I searched based on my record, Ronald Reagan have no experience to come to Borobudur. All right. Some of you know the kind of the huge, the biggest statue in the world, by the way. So we generate this. So we can also generate the statue become his face also. So a couple months ago, I was in US at the time. I visited MIT again. There's an issue about the Pope Francis. What happened with him? He was sick, and then he still, actually, as you know, they're using the wheelchair, right? So that's not good for his health, basically. And what happened here is we can generate also this kind of stuff. So I hope you all remember the Joe Biden fell down in the front of his stage. He passing through the stage, walking somewhere in the corner, and then when he back, he fell down. So the embarrassing of the US people, actually. Then to give the better impression, they create the video, actually, which is running in front of the White House. All right. So give the better impression. Yeah? And this is a lot of people in US, they don't happy with Trump. They create the picture here by Elliot Higgins. I hope some of you are familiar with Elliot Higgins. Elliot Higgins is the chair of the Blinkat. As you know, in Indonesia itself, around 600,000 botnet, they managed to shutting down because of him. All right. So he also generates this thing. Now let's see what I did. Yeah, everyone, next please. So I have some idea. Is it possible to have Trump and then cuts by Trump? Can I have Trump, for example, working together with the other Trump? So there you go, we generate it. So can I have Trump in his palace, but they're using this kind of thing? Yeah? So for this is actually the conversion between text to image. How we create this? Next one, please. So the way I do, what you need only laptop, by the way, everyone. So the processing will not be in your laptop. The way I do, I sharing resources across to the neighborhood, right? So I'm using the memory from Google Drive, some limitation inside there. So I pay only 30,000 rupiah, $2 only. So I got unlimited space in the Google Drive. So I put everything inside there. And then I'm coding user Google Colab. Of course, they're using Python. So everybody, if you are working in the computer area, you need to use Python. And then the GPU, I'm using T4, a little bit expensive, by the way. And then the last one is, I need some model. Okay, the model that I use, like I mentioned earlier, everyone, I'm using the Magic Mic Realistic. This lady is not exist, all right? But when I see the realistic was quite nice, quite good. So I read the model also when I check quite giving the good response. So I download this, I put it in my Google Drive, and everything I'm running it under the stable diffusion. So this is what I get here, everyone. Next please. This is the example that I got. This is my coding. So later on you need to develop some coding. Every single coding you're going to have some box here. Next please. This is what they call by prompt programming. So you can put a lot of function inside there. All the code that I develop, they will be repression of every single of this. And the communication between box and the other box, you can just click it freely because they are actually like the agent. All right. So without any input, we generate like this, So Ronald Reagan jail with blah and so on. Then you can get this kind of picture. Next, please. So this is one example of one of my colleagues, Professor Dadan. And then I want to see when he was young, what kind of picture that we have. So this is when he 20 years old with smile. And he is 65 years old now. And we're looking for, if I want to predict here, and when he was 90, this is will be his face. Next, please. So this is the gather up model, everyone. So I put the input this time. So let the coding to generate this. All right. So sometime we got some artifact. Next, please. This is the example of the artifact. This guy. So I got the error artifact. When you got this kind of artifact, then you need to dig some couple variable. So it's still in bahasa Indonesia. So you need to do the adjustment for the couple variable. Next, please. So in the end, then you can remove that. Next. So this is the example of one lady here. So I generate this like 20 years old, like this one. And I want to take out of his glasses. If you draw using Photoshop, they will take a lot of time. So for this, you just mention it. And the coding will come to the prompt will come to the coding that relevant. They're going to take out the picture, the glasses. Then I generate again 10 years younger and 90 years younger. All right. So she is actually my wife. So she working with my lab. We got a full professor together. We graduated from ANU together, Australian National University, 20 years back, I think. Next, please. So this is mine. So you can see how handsome I am when I'm young. Thanks, everyone. Next, please. So this is the way I generate. So this is all the coding we need to prepare it in the back. But again, everyone, you don't need to have the like supercomputer or something like that. But you need only just simple laptop. Of course, this is based on the exploration for more than 6 months with a couple of my good students. Next, please. Okay, this is the example of it. Next, please. Now, this is the danger of AI. I'm working in this area for many years also. So you see, I just passing through this pentagon on Mars, and there is no like the cloud, the base cloud like this. So they can generate this, all right? So, but by the way, AI using machine learning, all right, can create the model, more than 40,000 new chemical weapons in 6 hours with different features. All right, so I have some study about that. If you have interest with this, you can approach me later on. And bioweapon also, and some other stuff. We can talk more detail about this. We have some medical intelligence lab, by the way. Next, please. So this is in Indonesia, by the way, back to 2019. So there also some fake thing, all right? So let me translate this for you, People who like to distribute hope, even though they have the good deed, and he can go to the heaven, but the heaven also hope. All right, so it's not a thing. Next, please. Okay, so back again to this part, everyone. So you see, this one is the Ronald Reagan, and you can guess this guy, So this is the next president of US. All right, sitting in front of you. Next, please. So this is the way I do, everyone. So I put the Ronald Reagan here. This is my picture, and then using all my code, then I can develop everything. I can change the hair become black like this also. So next, please. So then, like I mentioned, the limit is in your imagination. So I want to have the Donald Trump flying in the sky, like Superman, for example, and I'm changing the face without leaf, this kind of text, yeah? So something like that. Next, please. So everyone, this is another hook, yeah? This is hook by Elliot Higgins. So I want to play around with this, okay? So I show you my latest development. Next, please. You see, this one become me now. All right, and you can change. Next, please. Now I'm sitting over there. All right, next, please. Now I'm was there. Next. So what happened here, everyone? You have hook, and you can replace it. I have some other mathematical model, what I call as form. Form stands for fuzzy, object, mobility. I forget the other one, model. All right. So what happened with your fake? How people identify the fake? They're going to see like the face become a little bit different, but actually the signal, I call it the signal, will be different. Just like your pulse in the back of your blood here, right? If not original, there will be some fluctuation. So the way I do, I make it as smooth as possible. So the fake picture, if you put it in some detection of the fake, so the machine will say this is actually original, but actually it's not. All right. So the previous one, please. Finish here. Back again. Back again. Back. Back. Yeah, back again once more. Okay, yeah, everyone. So basically, you can choose where you are about, and using the coding that I developed previously. All right, it took me several, many hours to develop that. So next, please. So you can be closing here, close there, go, and you can be the victim also. Next, please. So now you become the victim, as I can say. Next, please. So this one is the image. Next. This is the coding that I developed. Next, please. Yeah, next. This is the card that I mentioned previously. Yeah. So one card is around, actually nearly, maybe around 50,000. 5,000 US dollars maybe. Yeah, next please. And this is the way I develop using the coding that I have. Next please. Next. Okay, so we can play around with the video. Actually, this is the video. So in Indonesia, people discussing about Papua sometimes. We are very small bit number over there, don't worry at all. I've been to Papua many times. I consider myself as one of the good mountain climber. So I was go to the top one in Papua, the highest mountain that we have snow in the equator back to 1990. So I'm familiar with the kind of stuff. Next.
Ini adalah untuk membangkitkan semangat patriot generasi muda, meningkatkan jiwa patriotisme, terutama di Papua. Kemudian yang kedua, ini adalah untuk membangkitkan
Stop. That's not enough.
patriot.
Okay, next. So I will make it quick, yeah, everyone. Please in the back, just next, yeah, because not enough time. So what is the difference between AI and CI? AI stands for artificial intelligence. CI stands for computational intelligence. Some people think computational intelligence is the next generation of AI. Next, please. So if someone asks what is AI, okay, just a little bit theory if you have no background in AI. AI basically we want to develop a model, all right, a system, basically simple system. They have the ability, all right, to imitate the intelligence of human. Not only human, you can go to the biological stuff also. So this is couple definition about AI. Down there, talking about the computational intelligence, all right? So, yeah, next one, please. So, if you dealing with the predictive AI, under the predictive AI, the output only two, yeah, everyone. Number one is optimization. The example optimization, if you're using WhatsApp now, or you're using your email, you're sending your email to US, in 1 second times, your message already reached there. How they happen, how they work. So there is some software metric. There's a lot of node. They passing through the kind of node. They try to find the best thing. This one is considered as the theoretic problem if you're not using the AI. So AI have a big involvement inside there. So under the AI, not yet. Okay, under AI, there is 3 types of machine learning, yeah, supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. What is the difference between first 2 and the other one? Reinforcement learning, they're using what they call by Q learning, quick learning. So they consider about the environment, okay? When we're talking predictive AI, again, yeah, 2 things that we need to have in our mind. The first one is the output will be about the optimization. The second one is clustering. And as everybody knows, under the clustering, there's another 2 types, yeah? One we can cluster, you have some grouping also. When we're talking about the cluster, means if you have several group, then every single group, if you change the certain variable, they will be working as the agent, and as the agent, they're going to give the impact to the other cluster. Yeah. So there's some changing, but in the group, no. You change one group, there will be nothing changed with that. This kind of approach, we're going to use it also in the prompt algorithm that we develop. Right? Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, this is the generative AI. Basically, the generative AI, we're using the basic stuff using predictive AI, but we add another output here. So they produce an output this time. Not only classification, but also optimization, but they create the new content or the new data. Next, please. So a lot of AI tool nowadays, yeah, everyone, just give you some idea. You can browsing it later on. Next, please. This is how the generative AI work. Very unfortunate, not enough time. So maybe you can watch a bit more. Yeah, I give point over there. Yeah, the text to image, like I mentioned earlier. Put the Ronald Reagan go to the Borobudur, for example. They want text to image, okay, and then text to video, and so on, right? So you can choose everything in the back. They're using the prompt programming. Okay, this is, I believe some of you play around with the ChatGPT. This is a must, everyone, for you to play around with ChatGPT. But really unfortunate if you are a developer, the ChatGPT is not working like what you expect, okay? So now when I develop one application, I'm using Llama. Llama belong to Meta, yeah? Next, please. So this is the generative AI market size. Starting with 2019, we are in 2030, you see the front will be there. So whatever your background, you can work in the social sciences or other science. Through this talk, I really suggest you try to explore this and use it in your field. Yeah. If you are in computer science, go to the development, develop the prompt algorithm. Yeah, develop the prompt model. So this is if you hardly to understand certain papers, especially a lot of Indonesian actually in the countryside, they don't speak English, so they can use the chat PDF, just put it there, they're going to explain you. They can also give you in Bahasa Indonesia or any language that you want to use. Yeah. Next, please. This one to explain the title, outline, and so on. So once you have the paper, you can produce the outlines there, all right? Next, please. And then this is the ChatGPT point out the key. What is the key of this? Give the 5. What is the best papers inside of reference inside of this? So you can see directly inside there. Quite nice thing. Yeah. Next, please. So this is the comparison. Yeah. What is the main contribution in this paper? So they're going to give you some idea. Be careful, everyone. ChatGPT also they have what we call as hallucination. So sometimes you ask something and they got the wrong answer, all right? Example, I play around with AI many years now, especially for sentiment analysis, for example. So there is one text, I put it in my code, and I got, for example, the result is negative. I put it in the ChatGPT, the result is positive. So I complain to them. I think the result is supposedly negative, not positive. And then ChatGPT say, sorry, there should be negative. So something like that, all right? One, I asked also, what is the university in the world to have the highest number of Nobel award, all right, Nobel laureates? They say like Columbia University. Okay, after 2 months, I ask again, the answer is Harvard. All right, so that one is some kind of hallucination. So please don't trust them 100%. Okay, next please. Okay, so don't copy and paste from the ChatGPT. Be careful, everyone. ChatGPT admit itu ya. And then so don't use the result from the ChatGPT to your writing of your paper. That's dangerous. You kill yourself. All right. And then suggestion, can ChatGPT be considered as the author? The answer is no. You cannot put the ChatGPT as the author because this is the language modeling, and so on. Everyone. Next, please. So you see this one when you create, they can detect until the originality 0% and the generated by AI, but ChatGPT until 100%. All right. And a lot of tools to do so, yeah, including Turnitin. Turnitin now, they see the similarity score, and down there you can see also the other stuff. Next, please. Okay, so you can modify, yeah, you can see also the original will be changed. Next, please. Yeah, this is the GPT checker. You can see 0% down here and 56% under there. You can use the GPT checker also to check your writing. So I can say like 98% consider as getting the good result. Next, please. Okay, this is some ChatGPT checker if you want to use it. Yeah. Next, please. Okay, now the last part I want to just make it quick. Can we create a poem using AI? So this is my work 2 years back. Yeah. Next, please. So I choose in Bahasa Indonesia. If I give these two, if I ask, for example, which one the poem they developed by, the poetry they developed by AI. Can you guess? That doesn't matter, all right? Yeah, so the left side is developed by human, left side is developed by the machine. Next, please. This is developed by Google, by the way, so Google AI. So this is the way they develop, all right? Next, please. Now the question is how we develop this, yeah. So we using like this one. So do the predictive AI. If we have a lot of time, I can go to the detail for this part. Next, please. Okay, so we use what they call by LSTM. What is LSTM? Long, short-term memory. So what happened here is like guessing the next word, next character, yeah. So short until quite long. We check whether the one is correct guessing or not. If correct guessing, we take that out. We take also the pattern. That's the important thing. When you got the wrong pattern, delete it. And from the long side, they're going to use it, that kind of pattern. So this is the way we do. For example, here, like to be or not to be like this. So you see the most character that appear is O, and you can check, yeah. O can be blank, can be R, can be T. Blank consider as, we are not going to consider that. So become R and T. So if you have like the input to be or not to be, we can guess after no, what will be the next one? And the next one will be T. All right, next please. So based on that, we can do the recurrent neural network and put it inside there, the long short-term memory. Next, please. Next, this is not important, not enough line. So this is a couple code that we develop the tokenize, create the sequence, change become the vector. As a vector, we can see the pattern. Next, please. From there, giving the seed. If I made a poetry, a machine, then you can develop the other poetry there. So if you know, for example, like Khairil Anwar, one of the important pujangga in Indonesia, you put all the poem. If you give the seed of his poem, seed anything, then you can create a new poem based on this guy. All right, next please. Yeah, this is generate back to a couple things. Next please. Now, this one another example, everyone, which is usually the human not easy to generate, yeah. The poem with the family in the middle, not easy. Next, please. Yeah, this is another thing also. Next. Yeah. Everyone, someone create a book using computer, all right? And then they starting in 1984. Still a lot of defect, a lot of bad thing, yeah. But we can fix it nowadays. Next, please. So this is starting from MIT. Like I mentioned in the video, I was the researcher in MIT, in Boston there. And MIT this year, 12 years in row, become the first rank of the university in the world, yeah, according to the QS university ranking. So these three guys actually try to generate the paper. All right, nowadays you can use Writer, for example. So put the specification, then you can generate directly. In Indonesia, a couple of people already try it. So this one is one of famous artists. Someone using it, yeah. He says not develop anything, by the way. So someone actually play joke for this. They submit it to the certain conference and accept it. Very unfortunate. Next, please. You say Writer, you just give the specification and you can generate this. But again, yeah, when you generate, rarely you get the 0%. By the way. Next, please. Everyone, this is a good note, yeah. So back to 2017, Washington Post produced 150 articles. So you can imagine a lot of journalists will be threatened because of this, yeah. So supposedly they have like 40 journalists, but when they can generate, they need only 3 to verify the kind of thing. And Associated Press employ the machine learning tools. They can transform raw data into thousands of ready to publish articles. All right, thousands. Okay, this one generating top time of the amount compared to the human. The last one in Japan, someone created the novel. The novel, what happened is they put it in the competition, right? What they call by Hoshi Shinichi Literacy Award back to 2019. So there is 3 staging. The first staging they pass, but the second staging they fail. All right. So yeah. So this is the next please. Okay. So this one is job threatened by AI, including the writer and so on and so forth. So some people put it optimistic, like UK people, for example, they say like the job will be increased in UK because of AI. But some other country, they say they're going to reduce the implication. So at the time in Kompas TV, someone asked me about the kind of problem and then how we are going to solve based on the kind of problem. Next one, please. Okay, the last one in 32 minutes will be finished, by the way. Next. So a couple of recommendations, everyone. So in Indonesia, if we want to improve, yeah, a lot of things, including to develop generative AI, including to improve life also, follow the Industrial Revolution 4.0 and Society 5.0. So we need to deal with the infrastructure. All right. So up here belong to US in Infrastructure Security Agency. I was there 3 months back, so I have some discussion about how they manage dealing with the infrastructure. Down here is the situation in Indonesia. So we should see a couple comparison. We still low in terms of the ICT infrastructure ranking. According to IMD, Indonesia in the rank of number 45. Malaysia 49, Thailand 15, quite nice in Thailand. And then in Singapore, ranked number 9. Okay, so we dealing with the speed and so on, yeah. At December 2022, Indonesia hold the lowest mobile internet download speed. Yeah. That's good. We know our weakness. Okay, then we make a plan how to increase this kind of problem, yeah, through couple of the government. Next, please. So this is the barrier of Indonesia if you want to go to Indonesia Mas. The goal of Indonesia back to 2014. I believe everyone already see the prediction. We are going to go to number 4 in the world. All right, and then so when we need to prepare all the things. Yeah. So this is a couple of them. Yeah, literacy and so on. So we spread out already this kind of weakness to the whole country. Next, please. Next. Yeah. Everyone, when we dealing with the AI, a couple of bad things can be happen, including the ChatGPT. So in US, for example, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the Vice President, they have some meeting. They say like they have to hold the development of AI, especially they're related with the hallucination, like I mentioned earlier. Except if couple big company like OpenAI, Alphabet, there, Anthropic and Microsoft, they can guarantee that the implication can be reduced dramatically, right? And there is one considered the father of the AI, Jeffrey Hilton also. They say, please stop here and then see the go to the benefit side of the human life. Yeah, next please. So this is from the perspective of AI from the UNESCO, yeah, everyone. So on the 25th of May 2023, the first global meeting of ministers, around 40 ministries sitting over there, Ministry of Education, and then they agree that actually AI application post to education system, and they share their policy approach and then plan on how best to integrate this tool into education. So my suggestion to those who are working in the education side, please move as soon as possible, use all the generative AI tools, yeah. And so on, everyone. So I don't have enough time to explain it, but I put the last one, yeah. So generative AI adoption need to be incorporated to the every single basic science that we have in the world, actually, including Indonesia. Next, please. Next, please, last slide, I think. So there is 5 variables for the national AI empowerment. Always, yeah, these 5 variables usually become the measurement variable for developing the index from Global Cybersecurity Index and so on. Yeah. Number 1, of course, the technology itself. What kind of technology that you use, how advanced is it? And then capacity building, the human resources, of course. We need to revitalize couple of them, organization. The way we collaborate, just like this conference, we can collaborate each other, develop something important, yeah, for the near future. And also some regulation law. Yeah. So these five variables, usually people develop the spider chart to see how strong is one institution, one government compared to the other. Okay, and then like I mentioned earlier, number 2, the recommendation here is to develop the revitalization of AI human resources. We are in Indonesia trying to push this, yeah. The government also supporting for this kind of approach. And so on, everyone. And then the last one, urging all minister agency to implement AI for improvement the quality of life. Like Jakarta nowadays become the first rank with the highest population in the world. We're not happy because of that. So we try to dig quickly, as requested by the President of Indonesia, Pak Jokowi, how we can reduce the pollution as soon as possible with all of the possible solutions, including AI. So we have some small work on that part at the moment. Okay, and then the achievement of the SDG, zero hunger, zero poverty, no one left behind, and so on. In Indonesia, we have SPBE, sistem pemerintahan berbasis elektronik. So every single small, even a part of the institution in government institution, they need to use AI. And we try also to create the big data of Indonesia. We call it as SDI. They want under the decree of the president, both of them. Okay, next please. I think that's all for my presentation today. So thank you very much to everyone to come and
Thank you very much for the presentation, Professor Mantoro, because of our limit of the time. If you have any questions, you can approach Prof. Mantoro personally. So I would like to invite Dr. Winawan Remedial, Susanti Asapas, the Director of Corporate Indonesia, and also Prof. Bernate to give class to our
the citation. Asia Pacific Consortium of Researchers and Educators and Polytechnic Piksi Ganesha award this plaque of recognition to Professor Dr. Teddy Mantoro for providing the academic community, researchers, and other professionals with his vital insights and inspiration as a plenary speaker during the Apcore-Piksi 2023 Hybrid International Conference given this 31st day of August 2023, signed by Dr. H.K. Pilartono, Director Polytechnic Piksi Indonesia and President of Academic International Consortium of Indonesia, and Professor Dr. Modjailani bin Magnor, University Technical Malaysia, Chairman of the Apcore. Once again, a big hand for Dr. Mantoro.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, let us proceed to our next plenary speakers who will be joining us via Zoom webinar. Who is our next speaker? Let us watch this video.
Our plenary speaker is a professor and chairman of the Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology of the University of Chittagong. He is the principal investigator of the Laboratory of Alternative Medicine and Natural Product Research of the aforesaid department. He has completed his PhD from the United Graduate School of Agricultural Sciences, Ehime University, Japan. An accomplished researcher, he carries out research to explore novel and indigenous phytomedicinal and functional food resources as alternative therapeutics to deliver in the cellular target. He published 113 articles in peer-reviewed and high-impact journals. A recognized intellectual, our speaker is a fellow of the Bangladesh Academy of Sciences, Vice President of the National Young Academy Bangladesh, Joint Secretary of the Bangladesh Society for Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, Exco member of the Bangladesh Biosafety and Biosecurity Society, Exco member of the Global Network of Bangladeshi Biotechnologists, Exco member of Federation of Asian Biotechnology Associations, and board member of Asian Federation of Biotechnology. Our speaker is also working as an editorial board member of quite a good number of journals, and he presented his works in around 20 countries. He has been awarded Basa Asa Young Scientists Award 2018, Biosafety Award 2017, Joint Travel Award by the Malaysian Academy of Science and U.S. National Academy of Science, Engineering and Medicine 2017, Next Scholarship 2003, NRF Fellowship South Africa. Our plenary speaker, Dr. Atyar Rahman.
Am I audible to you? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Am I
Yes,
audible to you?
absolutely perfect,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, distinguished scientists, educators, researchers, and valuable participants. Obviously, respected executive committee members of Apcore. I'm truly delighted to present in such a very prestigious and esteemed consortium. Unfortunately, I couldn't join physically, although I had all the preparations to join. I took the visa event, but unfortunately, because of my surgery, still I cannot walk. I can walk only with support, and that's why I missed all of your content. Well, hope you all please keep me in your good wishes and prayers for my quick recovery. So let me present on the expectations for the next decade of sustainable research. Actually, I'm a biological science researcher. So far the common trend of today's presentation I see, it's close to the, you can see some sorts of teaching and learning of academic approaches. But my one is a bit scientific and result-oriented approaches. However, I'll try my level best to make it generalized. So we are talking about the paradigm shift of therapeutics from synthetic drugs to natural drugs. Yeah, this is me. You can find me in Google Scholar. And this is my official page of my university. You can find all the information. And this message for your very kind information for our further collaboration if we do have chances to Apcore. This is my beloved university. This is the University of Chittagong, particularly this is the Faculty of Biological Science. My office and my laboratories are in this building. And this is only the university in Bangladesh which has natural waterfall. You see the natural waterfall, the natural gardens, and this is in front of my office. Truly a very beautiful university full of natures and greens and full of hills and mountains as well. And currently I'm in the University of Walayla in Thailand. I have been here for 1 year as an international professor, and it's going to be ended at the end of this month, next month, 30 September, I'll go to conclude my episode in this university. However, all these universities are truly in my core because of my interaction with a lot of scientists and educators. Well, so what would we expect from the next decades from the science, particularly in biological sciences? Obviously, amid a lot of limitations and setbacks, we need to push our limits of biology, particularly through the developmental biology and synthetic biology. Ting Yu or Ting W, he's a scientist for developmental biology, and he said that I anticipate the development of genetic and synthetic technologies to combat climate change. And concurrent with those developments, global discussion at all levels regarding their safe, equitable, and effective application. Currently, we don't think about our very much core biological sciences and their effects on climate change, and hardly we do work on that issues. So next challenges of the biological sciences will be aimed to evaluate how they affect and impose over the climate changes and concurrent development of global issues. Then next one is exploring the new materials, and that could be the new solutions, particularly for immunomaterials, molecular robotics, material sciences. The third one is that the diagnosing and treating the disease. The current approach of using the technologies and techniques in some extent has become failed to give the right approaches to diagnose and treat diseases which could be resolved through the therapeutic robotics. Then inspired therapeutics and diagnostics, and the new mode of drug delivery that will have the state-of-the-art approaches and diagnostics. And the last one is the rehabilitating and regenerating the body. Obviously, we need to think about the regenerative medicine in a very wider and expanded way through the precision medicine. We call the personalized medicine. And obviously, the 3D organ engineering. That's quite far from us right now, from the scientists. Another scientist who is working on regenerative medicine, Chris Chen, from USA, is saying that I predict that major advances in assembling cells and tissues will emerge that will allow us to print the living organs for clinical uses. And all through, we need to have a comprehensiveness of the biological sciences researchers for the utmost upliftment of the human being and the mankind. Well, why we are thinking in such a way? Because this is very gross and a common thing that in last 30 years, we hardly have some antibiotics in our globe, while the emerging and remerging diseases are newly coming and coming. And lastly, we have experienced the COVID-19. So you see that the graph, while welcoming to the new ages in the sea 2008, 2011, almost no new molecules of the drug are coming out to the world. At the same time, if you see the most deadly diseases, ischemic heart disease, strokes, chronic obstructions, respiratory infections, neonatal conditions, the diarrheal disease, diabetes, all these diseases are increasing day by day. While the exploration of new molecules are getting downwards, and this gives the new messages, the necessity and inevitability of shifting a paradigm to the natural medicines rather than the synthetic medicine for our new emerging and remerging diseases. You see all the diseases, and you might be agreed with that. Among all these diseases, non-communicable diseases, particularly the stroke, cancer, diabetes, lung disease, almost these are contributing more than 70% for human deaths. However, there are therapeutic approaches for all these diseases are still far beyond of our reach. Again, we see why all these diseases are at the leading causes. Because the state of the current science is saying that all diseases are getting to be associated with a pivotal factor, and that is called the oxidative stress, led by the free radicals, both in the oxidative free radicals and nitrogenous free radicals. And you see the heart, skin, kidney, joints, lung, brain, immune system, blood vessels, multi-organ failure, all these are related with this pivotal factor that is called the oxidative stress. And that is as well related with the very common changes of the entropy of the world. And that gives a lot of unrest in the world throughout the different corners. And therefore, it's our new challenges to mitigate all these approaches through a very congenial, affordable, and safer approaches of therapeutics. And we are calling it the natural therapeutics. Sometimes you can say plant-based therapeutics. Sometimes we call herbal medicine. We call sometimes the alternative medicines. And we, the scientists, are trying to forget about the ancient times of investigations through the natural medicines have been truly a very amazing sponsors over the new molecular innovation. For example, you see the anti-cancer drug has firstly in 1961 have been explored through the etoposide and tonopposide. Those are the plant-based drugs. You see the diabetic drugs, metformin, is from natural sources. Then you can see some of the cardiovascular drugs are coming from the natural resources. However, the natural resources are currently being investigated in a very non-comprehensive and partial approaches. We sometimes work with antimicrobial activity, but very partial. Sometimes we work on some publications approaches. So far, we have enjoyed this morning's presentation. the publication is not truly focusing the common problem of the society and human being. Rather, the publication is to some extent is focusing the promotional and some sorts of, you can say, institutional requirement-based approaches. And that's why we do publish. However, the implication in the society is hardly we do achieve and find. And therefore, we see, even we publish in a very good journal, some in our recent publication, we see Biomedicine and Pharmacotherapy, Arabian Journal of Chemistry, Biomedicine, Biomaterials Advances, Journal of Pharmacology. All these journals are high impact and good index journals. Even you see the Helion, antioxidants, then International Journal of Food Science and Technology. These data are truly very valuable data. The problem is that the manners and customs to make all these results transformational is still behind. And therefore, we are saying about the research and the scientific attitude that could be expected from next decade is the comprehensive approaches, so that our natural product research could be in a comprehensive manner to give the translational product. Well, so let us show some of our researches we have so far done, and that is to be actually highlighted as we are saying that the comprehensive manner. There are some plants you see, it's called the Leomacrophylla, this is called the Lycia spinosa, this is called Lycia glutinosa, this is very common tamari, and this is Alpinia calcarea. All these plants in South Asia is very popular, but we see hardly these plants have been tried to take into account for drug discovery. Although there are some literatures already published to show their effectiveness. Well, a comprehensive research must need a comprehensive laboratory with the state-of-the-art technological facilities. And research, my research laboratories in Bangladesh, it's not comprehensive indeed. Although we have some sophisticated technologies, we use LCMS, we use PCR, QRT PCR, all these machines. We have next generation sequencer, but it's still we define for translational product development, this laboratory is not actually, but we need to make it comprehensive through the collaborative approach with the industry and research organization. That is as well a motto for the next generation science to be with the human, or you can say mankind. So let's see the common approach that we need to cope up for the natural sciences. We need to have an extensive and very elaborative, or you can say the multidimensional approaches of the plant sciences, or you can say natural resources application. Right now we see the people use very limited approaches of extraction from the plant material. Sometimes we call organic extraction. But I do believe that the multi-dimensional extraction approaches are truly needed for the screening, the holistic screening approaches of these natural resources. Well, after that is important to see the qualitative approaches or qualitative status of the plant materials. What about the natural resources that are available in that sort of plant materials? And in our cases, we also believe that the nutritional supplement, nutritional composition, and their toxic materials compositions are as well very important to be investigated, because sometimes natural resources or the plant sources do have some sorts of toxic effects, but our common the perception is that it's not toxic. However, in some plants we do find some sorts of arsenic, cadmium, lead, chromium beyond that their usual level or prescribed level. Therefore, we suggest in association with the natural secondary metabolites, we must have to concentrate over the nutritional components, their mineral component, and their heavy metals compositions. Well, We also do believe that extensive spectroscopic and screening methods, analyzing methods are to be accommodated. Sometimes we just use the crude extracts and report the biological activities. We do believe that this is very incomprehensive and this is sometimes very impossible to work out further to make proper handling on the substances or the materials to get it into the product or you can say drug. Therefore, we must believe that we need to approach of the spills analysis, this FTR analysis, what we have done for our samples. Although I'm showing my results of my samples, but I want to make it generalized. Because you see the IR infrared spectra, sometimes it gives you the message or information on the various stretching group, how they can compact and compose to be modulated for reflecting over the biological activities. And this is the LCMS data of one of our sample. Recently, we have published this data. So LCMS also gives you the medium to higher molecular weight molecules, and then ZCMS, especially the volatile or low molecular weight molecules. So in this case, we do believe that on plant or natural resources could be screened out as well as their primary status should be evaluated through using all these sort of approaches. After that, as we said, that oxidative stress is the pivotal factor, we must have to assay and investigate how the plant or natural resources can revenge or scavenge the natural oxidative stress reducing capacity should be lessened or reduced or attenuated. That is very important for all the natural resources. There are a lot of models in our laboratory. We do actually accommodate 11 different models, how the plants and natural resources can scavenge or attenuate the oxidative stresses. And sometimes we must think that all plants, they do have their antioxidant effect, but indeed not, because the prospective antioxidant effect should have the cutoff value less than the 1000 microgram per ml. If it is more than that, in that case, it could be okay for the plant defense, but not for drug design. Then another important issue is to check the toxicity of the plant. There are some cell lines you can check through the cell lines whether the plant materials are toxic or not. In our cases, we usually check in the BHK2 and 2 and various cell lines. Once you complete that cell line study, you can go for the animal model acute toxicity test. So this toxicity test is very important. Even though your sample is valuable, but if it is toxic, in that case, it's no meaning to let it get it to be further translated into the product. So the acute toxicity test, then you can go for the animal model study. And throughout the whole world, animal model study is very popular, although the ethics and the handling ethics of the animals are very much important to maintain. So in our case, actually, we do use on the non-communicable disease, for example, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, neurological disorders. So in that cases, I must agree with the scientists of this plant scientists as well as the natural scientists that particular tissue and organ-based biochemical parameters are very important, as well as the organoleptic changes of the animal experimentations and interventions are very important. Sometimes we don't regard it, but we must take into account that the effect of the natural products or natural resources, or you can say plant-based materials in the animal model first has to be investigated through their organoleptic effect of the organoleptic changes of the animals, as we do in our experiments. Then we can say that in most of the cases, the effect of the plant materials effect on the body weights and their organ weights. That's as well very important. And how the plant materials effect on the food and water consumption is also needs to be investigated. Well, then organ or tissue-based experimentation. In our case, we do usually diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and neuro disorders. So in that case, it's very important to know about the effect of the plant materials on the pancreas, their livers, and the spleen, as well as the kidney, because diabetes is a disease which has the secondary complications, particularly when the diabetic retinopathy, diabetic cardiomyopathy, diabetic cerebral encephalopathy. So therefore, it is very important for all the scientists to make it very, you can say, reflexive, to turn into a product, to know the kidney, spleen, pancreas, and liver, how they are affected through the natural sources. Then, look, we would like to have this perception to accommodate in our research that the organ or tissue base, particularly in the blood serum, effect on the natural metabolites or plant-based natural metabolites on the enzymatic changes and the protein changes and the respective biometabolite changes. For example, in our cases, we did alkaline phosphatase, aspartate aminotransferase, alanine aminotransferase, uric acid, creatinine, total bilirubin. Then in all these non-communicable diseases, particularly diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, they are very much associated with the lipid profiles. Therefore, the triglyceride, total cholesterol, their lipid profiles, VLDL, LDL, and HDL must be investigated. And next to that, it is very important to know the tissue architecture of the animals as we are taking in for the intervention. So this is, you can say, the pancreatic architecture, and this is the liver architecture. And this is the kidney architecture, this is the spleen architecture. So all these architecture, we can at least compare with other biological and biochemical parameters. Next to that, it is again very important to score the effect of the plant's materials on the organs. For example, in this case, we say that islet cell of pancreatic dysfunction, which is made by the drugs, especially we use the streptozotocin, how the necrosis is getting to be transmitted, the edema, inflammation, vacuole size, all this. So this is very important to score out the effect in the particular organ and tissues. And this next challenging issues is that the epigenetic changes, how the plant material affect on different types of genes and mRNA expression, I mean the upregulation and downregulation of respective genes responsible for different types of diseases. So in our case, we think that in most of the cases, some of the antioxidative enzymes, for example, superoxide dismutase, glutathione peroxidase, catalase, these enzymes are very common for most of the cases where the oxidative stress is responsible. So we must, we must evaluate the effect of the plant materials on the superoxide dismutase, then lipid peroxidation capacity, glutathione peroxidation, and as well as respective disease generating or causing or modulating gene expression. So we did all these genes for our cases. After that, the challenging issue is, in most of the cases, we see the disease chronicity or acute toxicity or severity causes the damage of the DNA. So you must check the effect of the plant materials on the how the plant materials can help recover or attenuate the DNA damage in the particular type of organs. And till this point, we don't find any sort of problem. Only one problem is that the plant material, although we are proposing them for the next generation or next decade therapeutics, but the problem is the size of the plant materials, especially the plant material sizes are big, and that's why this plant material sometimes cannot get enter into the cell or cannot penetrate into the cell. Therefore, currently we strategized the synthesis of the biosynthesis of the nanoparticles from the plant materials. You see our recent work, the synthesis of the nanoparticles using the tamarins, as I have shown. Already this article is published in Biomaterials Advances. So using the plant materials, we can make the nanoparticle, and that to be very prospective because it's free of side effects and affordable, as well as its penetration rate would be higher. So it's important and interesting that in our case, we got a very good size nanoparticle, and that could be characterized by different types of devices and technologies, for example, X-ray diffraction methods, then FTIR, and the energy dispersive X-ray methods. So using all these technologies, we also did it, and we got a very good size nanoparticle from the tamarins. And we found that the antioxidative effects of the nanoparticles of tamarin is much higher than that of the antioxidative effects as we did in our normal, or you can say crude extracts in animal model and in vitro methods. So it does mean that nanoparticles is much more prospective in therapeutic development in the next decade for the scientists, particularly in the biological science. Okay. Again, the challenges, we have to rectify and verify the toxicity of our nanoparticles using the computational model. So in this computational model, we found that our samples are not toxic. So we suggest that this sort of toxicity should be reconfirmed by the computational model. And the most prominent compounds and the prevalent compound of the natural plant sources, we must have to acknowledge through their molecular computational studies. And in this computational studies, it can give you the message that which could be prospective through their bond length and their energy. And we have found some compounds which are already in trend. For example, the Lia macrophylla. We started to work 10 years before, and now this is a drug in Indian market. So this nanoparticle, we again compared their biological effects in cardiovascular system, as we did previously with the crude extract. But now we see this nanoparticle is much better than that of the crude extracts. Yeah, this is lipid profile levels. This is the enzymes, I mean the gene expressions, mRNA expression of superoxide dismutase, catalase, and p53 gene expression and Casper's gene expressions. So this gene expression, computational model study, as well as the in vivo and in vitro study, finally rechecked with the network pharmacological study. That network pharmacological study gives you the multi-target approaches to explore the new molecules and to see whether the molecule is working on a particular biological system or a particular protein or a particular gene. We try to find out the hub proteins and hub genes which are reflecting to the disease or the disease causing agents. So once we confirm these, we see what are the basic biological functions could be accomplished by the natural metabolite so far we have targeted from the computational models. Then we must need to check the stability in the biological system. And we do it by some simulation studies. And this simulation study, based on the RMSDP values, we see that, yeah, this is the binding of the molecule. Particularly this molecule is a stigmasterol from the tamarin. And we see that their binding capacity is very high, then the binding energy is very low, and finally their stability is very high in the biological system. You see. Yes. So it does mean this molecule is biologically stable. And we conclude that our target is to attenuate the oxidative stress, and how that oxidative stress can be reduced using the natural metabolites. And that can affect multi-dimensionally and comprehensively on the biological system to attenuate the effect of the diseases. And that has accommodated both the in vitro system, in vivo system, ex vivo system, computational models, their simulation approaches. And all these approaches together are very inevitable to look for a new drug from a natural resources for the next, even not decades, I think the next challenges of the scientists to mitigate the emerging and re-emerging diseases. So that could be a comprehensive approach of study. Obviously, that are not all. However, you can say that at least we can accomplish all the jobs to make a drug discovery approaches as part of inevitability. So this is my research team in Bangladesh. This is my laboratory, and some of my team members who have already been graduated. They have finished PhD and masters and MPhil from my laboratories. He is now in Georgia State University. He is now in the Texas State. So there are a lot of students. He is now in South Illinois. Yeah. So we are very happy to be collaborated with a number of our stakeholders and the partners. So I would like to thank again the Apcore for inviting me to join and present and share my research work, as well as a common phenomenon that is needed to be take as a challenge for next generation therapeutic development as a paradigm shift from the synthetic drugs to natural drugs. Thank you so much for your I see that this is a very gorgeous arrangement. This is a truly amazing arrangement. I missed it again. I must say that I missed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rahman. And now we shall proceed to our next plenary speaker, still via Zoom webinar. Let us meet him through this video.
Our plenary speaker is the incumbent Pro-Vice-Chancellor of the State University of Bangladesh, and concurrently, she serves as the Dean of the School of Health Sciences in the same university. As an academic, our speaker is a Professor of Public Health Nutrition, Reproductive Health in the Department of Public Health, State University of Bangladesh. A prolific writer-researcher, our speaker has more than 75 journal publications in various international refereed journals. She serves as editor of 2 journals, the Sub-Journal of Public Health and the Journal of School of Health Sciences. She participated in a number of national and international research conferences. Our speaker is a member of various professional and learned organizations which include Syndicate, State University of Bangladesh, Bangladesh Medical Association, Public Health Association of Bangladesh, and Sanhani Dhaka Medical College. She is the president of Bangladesh Tobacco Control Research Network. Our speaker earned her Master of Public Health from the University of Sydney, Australia, and her PhD from Jahangir University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Our plenary speaker, Dr. Nauzia Yasmin.
For those who found it, kindly
Because this is our last
proceed
day.
here at the center stage, please.
Okay, please come forward. Who are the winner?
So there's an iPhone.
Yeah. Let's check. Come forward for the winner. Yeah, come in. Anyone else? Yeah, come. Anyone else, please? The iPhone winner? Thank you very much. Big hands for the winners. Okay, next program, we will interview one of the participants in here. Yeah, from Indonesia or from the Philippines? Indonesia, okay. Who are there?
I think that Dr. Yasmin is
Okay, the Yasmin is here.
So once again, let us all welcome
Dr. Yasmin.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good
All the
morning.
participants, everyone. Very good morning to you all. It's really a pleasure for me to be a panelist speaker in this August gathering. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties already we are facing, and I couldn't be there physically because of my personal problems. So we'll start the topic of today's presentation. Can I have my presentation, please?
Sure, ma'am, sure.
Thank you. Today I'm going to discuss on the research in the field of public health, the challenges and opportunities during and after the COVID-19. You all know me. I'm Professor Dr. Nauzia Yasmin, the Vice Chancellor in charge of State University of Bangladesh. Next, please. You all know that we have passed through a pandemic from 2020 to till now. We are passing, but it's not that grave now. I mean, not that bad now. We have learned to face the problem. So COVID-19 pandemic brought and exposed unprecedented challenges to global health, public health, especially all the healthcare systems, public health systems for the low and middle income countries. Because the developed countries, they have the infrastructure, they can handle any situation with ease. But the low and middle income countries, we don't have that much developed infrastructure for healthcare or to face the pandemic. That's why we have faced many challenges. And the virus not only posed immediate health effect or health threats for us, but also revealed vulnerabilities within existing healthcare infrastructure. Can you see my slide? Can you change my slide, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's move on. Like why we have decided to do this study, because we saw that the world was grappled with the crisis, and the realm of healthcare research shifted from they have shifted from minor, I mean different, they have transformed into our priorities now transformed around COVID-19. So this paper, we analyzed the research trends through the publication records related to COVID-19 as well as other healthcare related research and articles coming out in Bangladesh, offering insights into the growing and shifting priorities and progress within the public health domain. So it is presumed that the pandemic has stimulated a surge in overall healthcare related research globally, particularly in Bangladesh. And this investigation aims to elucidate the extent of this impact. What about the impact during this COVID-19, before and after this COVID-19? So the methodology we used, we have utilized PubMed database, which is a reputable source of peer-reviewed health articles to gather relevant data. We use the keyword SARS-CoV-2 Bangladesh and COVID-19 Bangladesh, and we retrieved 2,922 unique articles, which was published from 2022 to August 2023. Then we did a separate search with the keyword Bangladesh and yielded 20,738 articles published between 2018 to 23rd August. To focus on COVID-19, some of the filters were used, like presence of abstract, study types, and language, and 66 articles meeting these criteria was and opportunities identified in the context of COVID-19 research. Next, please. So you can see, have a look at the distribution of the articles by publication year and the types of the articles. The sample size was 20,738, as I mentioned. From 2018 to 2019, there were no COVID-19 article, but other articles were there. You can have a look. And then from 2020, we started getting COVID-19 articles, and from up to August 2023, we got 2,922 articles. Next, please. So this is the graphical presentation of these articles. You can see that from 2018, 20,738 articles, the upper line, graphical line, and the lower line representing the COVID-19 articles. The same thing I'm representing in a graphical manner. So the next slide, please. Distribution of the COVID-19 articles, study type, we have retrieved 66 articles, according to study type, there were case report 13, cohort study 7, comparative study, there were 3 articles, cross-sectional study 22 articles, and multi-center study 3 articles, prospective observational study 3 articles, randomized control trial 12 articles, retrospective and you can see the percentage as well. So next slide, please. So let's have a look at the public health challenges and opportunities that created during this pandemic. These articles identified these challenges, like challenges where you all know that vaccines hesitancy and lack of trust. People were very much scared of these vaccines, new vaccines, because COVID-19 is novel, new to us, and it created different, like it is a contagious disease, and it droplet infection, it is spread by droplet infection. So we maintain social distancing, mask, and repeated hand washing. But people were very much these challenges we faced, that people were very much reluctant, hesitant to trust the vaccines. Another challenge was societal fear and negative attitude. We all knew that it created very much negative attitude, and we were very much scared of this pandemic, that maybe the world is coming to an end, and the attitude was very much negative towards the patient. You all know that at the beginning, the patient in Bangladesh, we faced, we didn't face a very tremendous pressure we faced tremendous pressure, but we handled it very carefully, because only more than 26,000 people died from 2022 till now. But we have many challenges, like community fear, then societal attitude, negative attitude. And another challenge was community support deficits. There was no support in the community, and people were buried with wearing PPP, protective personal equipment, and also people were very much scared. They didn't even because we fear of spread of COVID-19. And also there was a tremendous challenge we faced on the health impact on specific groups, like some vulnerable subgroups face this specific health challenge. Also family and interpersonal conflict was there, because you know, like we were facing tremendous isolation, then economic burden, social burden, and everything, and family and interpersonal conflicts were there. Educational disruption, you all know that we were locked down, the world was standstill. The country was standstill for a while. No classes, no nothing. Only you have to stay home. So educational disruption was there. Family life impacted tremendously. So all these challenges were there. Study, and also the opportunities. It created many opportunities. I'll tell in detail later. Like medical students were used as advocates. They used to spread knowledge, or keep aware people that please take the vaccine, it's good for you, or please don't all the practice the social, the health hygiene, and prevent the disease. Also, the teleconsultation on public health emergencies were there. Telemedicine came to limelight during this COVID-19 pandemic. Also, that we took classes online. Also, the universities took classes online. The online digital platform was very much used. Diagnostic and advancement were there. We were like able to do many tests like online, and also digital platform was used very much, was in use. Empowerment through preparedness, like we were empowered through preparedness. All the hospitals were prepared. They developed COVID-19 wards, COVID-19 hospital stay rooms, and everything. All the protective equipment was supplied. Oxygen supply was there. Like preparedness was very much in place, and healthcare professionals commitment was very much there, because we all the healthcare professionals was on tremendous pressure during this pandemic, and we all face this. In every countries, we were tremendously under pressure, the healthcare professionals, and they were very much committed. They did 24-hour duty, and they were very much committed to combat this pandemic. And also telemedicine, already I told that telemedicine was in very much used. Like now also it is continuing. The telemedicine consultation is continuing in Bangladesh. The next slide, please. So what were the key findings we studied from 2018 to August 2023? We analyzed COVID-19 research trends in Bangladesh, and we found that. Next slide, please. Thank you. The study revealed a significant shift in research priorities due to emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2018 to 2019, there were no COVID articles, representing only 100% focus on other topics. But however, when COVID-19 started from 2022, 418 COVID-19 articles were published, constituting 12.9% of the total articles. These trends continued in subsequent years, with 22% of articles in 2021 and 18.5% articles in 2022, and 14.7% articles were published in 2023 dedicated to COVID-19. The data set included 2,922 COVID-19 articles, which was 14.1%, while 85.9% covered the diverse other topics, not the COVID-19. This analysis highlights the evolving prominence of COVID-19 research since 2022. Because this was a new disease for us, we wanted answer. Why at the beginning we were all scared of the new disease. What will happen? Maybe the world will come to an end. Maybe we'll not survive. But But when we did research, when we started doing research, we started taking the answers and getting the answers. Then we got very much used to it. And now also COVID-19 is happening. Many people are suffering from COVID-19, but we know how to handle it very well now. And now we are not scared. We are not fearful. We can face the problem. So the study, the research is evidence based research is very much important for any country, because we can find the answers and we can solve the problems very quickly if we do continuous research on the problems. So next slide, please. So the other diverse study types of COVID-19, examining the study methodologies, case reports. I think the slide before, please. Okay, I'll just tell about the study types. We have examined the study methodologies, and we found that case reports accounts for 19.7%. There was case studies on 13 instances, I already told. Cohort studies on 7 studies, like 10 point, accounting to 10.76%. And there were comparative study, which constitutes 4.5%. And cross-sectional studies were prevalent in 22 cases, because you know that cross-sectional study is a one-time study and it is easier to do and is it easier to get the data. And alongside, we found that multi-center and prospective observational studies were also there. RCTs, randomized control trials, were there in 12 studies, and retrospective observational studies accounted for 4.5%. So total 66 studies offered a comprehensive array of research methodologies, providing insights into the research landscape's diversity. So there was a diverse type of diversity in the research studies. The different types of methodology was used, so to gain different types of data, evidence, and we did that during from 2022 to till August 2023. Next slide, please. Public health challenges. The slide before, please. I think the slide before, public health challenges and opportunities in COVID-19. The slide before. Thank you very much. The public health challenges and opportunities in COVID-19 research. The pandemic posed multifaceted challenges. You all know, lack of trust in natural immunity, already I have discussed this, affected vaccination efforts, while fear and negative attitudes impacted public health. Family conflicts, student family impacts, added complexity. SARS-CoV-2 infected patients exhibit antibiotic resistance. Stressing treatment strategies, healthcare predictors, and vaccine hesitancy also raised concern. Already we have discussed these. Societal issues included adverse event awareness, low prevention knowledge and everything. Economic and educational consequences also posed a threat for us, and also needed planning. Amidst challenges, opportunities were also there. We have already discussed that we have had opportunities on providing telemedicine. Studies also informed that COVID-19 antibody positivity among pregnant women, because we were very scared about the pregnant women, because if they get COVID-19, what will happen to them or their children, unborn child. But studies found that COVID-19 vaccine is safe for the pregnancy, during pregnancy. And also these challenges and opportunities reflected healthcare's dynamic response, which emphasizes innovation, collaboration, and improved outcomes amidst the pandemic. So next slide, please. So what was the strength of the study? The strength of the study were the first attempt, it was the very first attempt to conduct this type of comprehensive review of COVID-19 related studies based in Bangladesh. And we compared the trends and patterns with all health related research articles. This research projects in Bangladesh and catalog the research methods used in this study. The findings also will highlight the scope and interest of authors and researchers in doing or in conducting types of research and provide future direction on setting the research priority by the policymakers and also research findings. The weakness of the study, there are a lot of weakness in the study. You can have a look at the table. There are a lot of study weakness. The study was conducted in a very short time, like from 2018 to August 2023, which might reflect or capture the evolving landscape of COVID-19 research. Additionally, relying on specific research keywords, limitation of specific such keywords can be potentially can lead to omission of relevant articles or the inclusion of unrelated articles. On data source dependence, like we used PubMed data source, which is very valuable, but we overlooked research from other sources, which potentially is limiting the comprehensiveness of the analysis. Moreover, that urgency to address the pandemic might introduce publication bias, favoring certain types of studies or topics over others. The study's inclusion of articles of varying quality and rigor further adds to its limitation. Geographically, we only included Bangladesh, so it may not accurately reflect the global research landscape, and the analysis might not extend beyond the year 2023. It is important to note that the exclusion of non-English articles due to language constraints could introduce bias, because we only included English language, English could influence the overall conclusions drawn from the study. Considering these limitations is important for a balanced understanding of the study findings. So we did, this is very new in Bangladesh. We did this research from 2018 and till August 2023, we have included all health-related research. We have also focused on COVID-19 related research from 2022 to 2023 August. But we need to do continuous research, because as I have already mentioned, research and publication is very important for the progress of any country, for the progress of any educational institutions. So I think I'm almost at the end. Thank you very much for inviting me as the plenary speaker. It's really a pleasure for me to be here with you. Thank you very much.
We are going to proceed now to awarding the certificate of recognitions to our plenary speakers who are in the Zoom webinar.
Thank you, Yasmin. Thank you, Sandy. You're welcome. Allow me to be presentation. Asia Pacific Consortium of Researchers and Educators and Polytechnic Piksi Indonesia, in collaboration with different universities, both in Philippines and Indonesia, awards this certificate of recognition first to Dr. Atia Rahman and to Professor Dr. Nauzia Yasmin for having shared their innovative and transformative ideas as keynote speakers during the Apcore-Piksi 2023 Hybrid International Conference with the theme Sustainable Research and Education, Trajectories, Hopes, Alarms, and Expectations, held on the 31st of August 2023 at Grand Asrilia Hotel, Bandung, Indonesia, even on the same day, signed by Dr. H.K. Picartono, Director of the Polytechnic Piksi Indonesia and President of Academic International Consortium of Indonesia, and Professor Dr. Bod Kailan Honor, University Technical Malaysia, Chairman of the Apcore. Once again, a big hand for both of our keynote speakers.
Thank you very much for your material for the all plenary speakers.
some announcements first.
Yeah, the panel session for today will virtual and on-site shall start at 1 p.m. Please take note of the following stations room for on-site and stations meeting link online. Again, the panel session for today will virtual and on-site shall start at 1 p.m. Make sure you're still on the screen. Please take note of the following stations room for on-site and station meeting links for online.
We shall have our closing ceremonies here and this venue. Best research paper for online and on-site will be awarded during the closing ceremonies. You are all expected to attend the closing program as the certificates of engagement and appearance shall only be given to those who are present at the closing ceremonies.
This border.
Thank you, Santi, and that ends our daily plenary session. We will see you later for the closing ceremonies. Good luck to all presenters for the parallel session this afternoon.
Terima kasih everyone and see you later at 4 p.m. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.